The Orc Rebel's Secret Baby by Celeste King.
Imagine running aimlessly alone with nothing but your broken heart to keep you company.
Agrish, the man you found your own little slice of heaven with, in a realm hell, died while trying to protect you.
Time passes and you finally find some refuge with a new clan, or so you think.
Only to realize you're back closer to hell than you can imagine.
A hell that involves a very much alive Agrish. One that you refuse to put his life at risk again, no matter how much you love him.
I could put an end to his constant searching. I could reveal myself. But by revealing myself, I reveal the biggest secret of all.
His daughter.
Aeroth, what would you do if you found out the woman you've been searching for has been right in front of you, and she has your child?
I can't speak for Agrish, but there is a way to find out, by going to worldsofprothika.com.
With promo code YouTube30, you get all the juicy details, uncut and unabridged, while enjoying all of Prothika's magic at a discount.
Don't forget to like this video, or leave a comment and let us know what you think.
Hitting that subscribe button will keep you in the know on new and upcoming releases.
Thank you for choosing Celeste King's The Orc Rebel's Secret Baby.
Chapter 1. Remy. Birds scatter from the trees at the sound of my shriek. It's one of delight, but I suppose birds don't know that. I can hear their wings flapping overhead as they make a mad dash, but it barely registers in my feverish brain. Agrish! I squeal again. His tongue is sliding across the side of my ear, doing weird things to my stomach. But the squeal quickly changes into a deep, throaty moan of pleasure as he nips at my neck. I quickly start tugging at my clothes, only taking off what's necessary. A little more foreplay would be nice, but this isn't really the time or place. It's a quickie out in the middle of the woods, so the more elaborate parts will have to wait. Agrish does the same, unbuckling his pants with frantic fingers. His lips remain targeted on my own, and we never break contact, even as we struggle to undress. It would probably be easier if he took his tongue out of my mouth, but I don't think I could bear it. He backs me up against a wide tree trunk. Still plying me with kisses, he pauses just long enough to wrap his pants around the trunk. It provides a slightly smoother surface so that my back doesn't get torn to shreds by the bark. A lesson we learned the hard way. We're basically experts by this point. It's been 3 years, off and on, of us sneaking around like this. My parents would absolutely flip if they knew. See, Agrish is an orc. That would probably be bad enough considering I'm a human. I'm not sure my parents, or most of our settlement, would go for the pairing at all, but it gets worse. He's a rebel orc, part of a faction that doesn't cooperate with the other clans. Humans already tend to be cautious of orcs because they're strong and don't always like humans. Opening yourself up to a rebel, someone who can't be trusted to operate under the current and already shaky agreements that keep orcs and humans peaceful, is just begging for trouble, or at least that's what my parents would say. "What did you tell your clan?" I ask, as his lips roam across my neck. He pulls back long enough to flash me a crooked, smug smirk. "I told them I was going out spying, checking up on things." Then he drops to his knees, tugging at the underwear I still wear. "I know what I came here to check," he teases. "Can I write my report on what's hiding under here? It would motivate me to get some real work done." The underwear rips easily in his hand. "Agrish!" I gasp, both shocked and amused. It's not the first time, but there's still a part of me that rattles at the impropriety of it all. I'm a lady, damn it. Just a lady who happens to like sneaking off into the woods to get screwed senseless. Whatever, it's complicated. Still kneeling, he shrugs his shoulders indifferently. "You shouldn't have bothered wearing them," he points out defensively. I roll my eyes and sigh, but it quickly turns to a moan as his tongue works its way briefly across my skin. Even with the constraints of a secret forest rendezvous, intimacy with Agrish is incredible. I mean, it's really mind-blowing. I can't even imagine what it would be like if we had time and space to really explore. If we had a bedroom available, I think the entire house would catch fire. Of course, the reason we don't have these things, or a normal relationship, is because we're not supposed to be together at all. At first, I felt a little guilty about sneaking around with him, but it's changed lately. Guilty isn't the right word anymore. It's more like there's a part of me that knows I'm supposed to feel guilty and can't. What I actually feel is closer to longing, knowing there's a part of me that kind of yearns for that real relationship. It was supposed to be a no-strings, consensual romp in the hay. Just sensual beings who found each other attractive and were having fun. But every time I try to call it off, I end up. I'm starting to actually need him and like him, and maybe I'm even falling in love with him. And that's crazy and terrifying and not at all what I was supposed to be doing. Because how can I make anything real work with an orc no one can even know I'm seeing? The entire idea is just so absurd. At one point, it didn't worry me. But then I caught feelings, and now it's depressing. At least the lovemaking is still good. I try not to think about any of that as he lifts me against the tree, his strong arms encircling me to ease the height difference. My hands snake across his chest and to his back, enjoying feeling his muscles against my smooth palms. I wrap my legs around his waist, holding him to me. Why does a bad orc have to look so damn good? Ready, baby? He murmurs in my ear, and I feel a shiver run down my spine. Ready, I agree, already eager for what I know comes next. It's not lost on me that he took the time to ask. And that's part of my dilemma if I'm being honest. I know most people would say that he's a rebel, and that means he's a bad orc. But is he really? I met Agrish for the first time when he saved me from an animal attack. My old settlement had been destroyed by vicious orcs, and we had no safe places to shelter. Exposed to the elements, I thought for sure that I had survived the attack just to die a few days later. He stepped in and saved me. Rebel orcs don't necessarily hate humans. They just don't want to follow the clan rules. There's something exciting and thrilling about someone who does what they want. A spirit who can't be tamed and all that. It doesn't make him bad, does it?
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for YouTube.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by YouTube's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 2. Agrish. Ow. Remy giggles beside me, lifting her head off the ground. We've made a little makeshift nest, using our clothing to lay on top of since we have no blanket. She reaches underneath her head, feeling around. Her fingers close around the button of my pants. Now that she's identified the source of her discomfort, she shifts closer to me to avoid it, and settles in once more. I pull her close, wanting to keep her warm. It's a bit chilly, laying outside completely nude, but also kind of invigorating. Plus, the view isn't half bad. Both the full moon that peeks through the gaps in the tree canopy, and the naked woman in my arms. I trace lazy circles across the skin of her stomach, feeling a calmness that is, for me, incredibly rare. I've never felt this way in the presence of anyone but Remy. My general self has always been most like a caged animal, a constant desire to run off to the next thing. If I can't, I pace and paw the ground, always bubbling over with frenetic energy that I need to place somewhere, anywhere. With Remy, it's peaceful and easy. I can just lay beside her and do nothing. She's the first person I've ever been able to just exist with, or even wanted to. It was just supposed to be a hookup. Just a place for that random energy I'm always full of to go. An outlet. Somewhere along the way, it turned into lovemaking. I crave her. I can't get enough of her. And that terrifies me. Sometimes I think I couldn't live without her. An even more distressing thought. I know it's supposed to be a good thing, but in our case, it's terrible news. I'm a rebel. She's a human. It's never going to work. For the 1000th time, I consider the options. I could run away. It might not be so bad for me, escaping the rebel clan. I didn't choose to be one of them, and I don't hate humans, even if they want me to. I was born into it, a dubious inheritance from my father. He chose to raise me among rebels. Even if I rejected his beliefs, it's still where I was brought up. What else can a child do? But he's gone now. My uncle is still there, leading them. The clan often feels like their home. Not mine, though. I could run away with Remy. We could find a new home, even if my uncle would let me go. And I'm not sure that he would. There are other problems to deal with. First, Remy is happy with her parents. They bicker sometimes, and she feels they're too protective. But she loves them, and I wouldn't want to ask her to leave. Secondly, I'm not sure she wants to go anywhere with me. This was just supposed to be a hookup. What if my devotion, my attachment, is one-sided? It was never part of the deal anyway. I'm too scared to ask, even if I won't admit it. Deep down, I know that someone like Remy is too good for me. I'm lucky to have these moments at all. Asking for more would be selfish. If I tug at that yarn, I'm likely to lose the entire thing. I don't deserve good things. Not as good as Remy, anyway. I've been marked since birth. Even my own mother recognized my entrance into the world as more curse than blessing. She killed herself when I was born, not wanting to bear the burden of a creature such as me. How could I ask Remy to take on such a task even a mother couldn't face? If my mother couldn't love me, can anyone? Do I even dare ask them to try? Remy sits up suddenly, jerking out of my arms. It seems to almost confirm my morose thoughts, like a sign. She isn't mine to keep. But I can't manage to let her go either. I have to get back, she says. She climbs to her feet. I follow her lead so that she can collect her clothes. I told my mother I wasn't feeling well. She thinks I'm resting in bed. I better get back before she comes in to check on me and finds me gone. I nod, trying to conceal the way that it stings. She's right, I know. I wouldn't want to get her in trouble. I just wish we didn't have to choose. Yes, I agree, trying to force conviction into the words. I can't stay either. We should probably both head back to our lives. I don't tell her how much I wish our regular lives could include each other, but I think it. Still, I don't want to do anything to jeopardize what we have now. I try to push those feelings aside, try to make these little stolen moments that we share enough, try to convince myself to stop hoping for more. I can't have more. I don't deserve more. And as it is, this is all that gets me through each day. I can't afford to lose that or her by asking too much. I watch her get dressed, trying to choke down my disappointment. I'm going on a 3-day mission, I offer lamely, slowly putting my own pants back on. My heart skips when she looks at me with concern. Be careful, is all she says. My mind immediately starts racing, desperately warning me not to make it more meaningful than it probably is. I'll wait for you, she promises. I'll meet you when you get back. Running one hand through her short brunette hair, she then steps forward to give me a tender kiss. I return the gesture, my heart feeling so full it could burst. I don't know what to do with that feeling, and instead I pull away after a moment, unable to take it. Pulling a leaf out of her hair that she missed before, I grin at her and hold it up. She giggles and does a slow twirl. Okay, am I ready? I give her the once-over, making sure there are no other signs of our tryst for her parents to find. She stops, eyeing me expectantly. I nod my approval. Then with one last kiss goodbye, we go our separate ways. It turns out to be for longer than either of us ever thought. When I return after 3 days, one of my first stops is at our meeting place. Usually she leaves me messages here by tying a scrap of cloth to one of our tree's branches. Purple means to meet her after dark. Orange means this afternoon, blue means not today. moon green for first thing tomorrow morning. Obviously, we can't meet every single day, but we fit each other in regularly, several times a week. I've been gone for 3 days, and I'm really surprised that there's no signal waiting for me. Even if she was busy today, blue would be an acknowledgement that she remembers I'm coming home, that she can't make it today, but she will later. Something. This just feels like I've already been forgotten. I begin to creep closer in the direction of her base. I can't wait to see her, and I can't help wondering what's going on. I'll be discreet, of course. Did her parents find out? Is she grounded to her house? Does she have a cold? I need to know. I need something to ease the anxiety I'm already beginning to feel. What I find is worse than my own imagination can dream up. The base is decimated, absolutely burned to the ground, with nothing left. There are no humans in sight. I quickly give up on discretion, running around the base frantically. I desperately want to find some sign of life. A bunker, perhaps, where Remy has been hiding. She can't be here, in all this death and destruction. She can't be. I fall to my knees when I find at least 100 bodies, lined up along the wall meant to protect the base. They hang like animals left to dry in the sun. The corpses burned beyond recognition. Unidentifiable. My eyes scan wildly, trying to decide which one is hers. I'm not sure I want to know. I pull a knife from my back pocket, frantically hacking the ropes that they dangle from. The scene is too morbid, too disrespectful. Tears stream down my eyes, but all I can focus on is breaking each rope, one at a time. As if somehow that will fix something. As if they won't still be dead. It's on the 4th body when I finally see it. The wall behind them has been painted. Tagged. It's my clan's marking. It hits me that my uncle sent me on this mission to get me out of the way, so that I wouldn't be here to protect Remy. I fall to my knees again, emptying my stomach in the grass. Chapter 3. Agrish. 2 weeks ago marked the anniversary of Remy's death. 2 weeks ago I murdered my uncle. At least it'll be easy to keep the calendar straight. I lay in the middle of a pathway, staring up at the blue sky overhead. It reminds me of the time I spent laying in the forest with Remy in my arms. The feeling is painful. My grief's still so big that it's overwhelming. But I don't run from it anymore. It's my fault she died like that. I did what I could to make it right, finally exacting my revenge on my uncle. Now I have no idea what to do with the rest of my life. It seems strangely too long, and yet not long enough. Too long to live with this burden, this suffering, this guilt. I don't know how to carry it, but I know that I must. I deserve it. It's my fault she died. I should suffer every day for the rest of my life. And if I'm being honest, I can't possibly live long enough to suffer as much as I deserve. I've thought about killing myself, but that feels like too easy of an escape. I deserve to have a long, miserable life, remembering her every single day of it. Maybe if I lay here, someone will run me over. If it's someone else's fault when I die, does it count? I sigh, knowing it does. Only a coward would escape their punishment by retreating into the comfortable embrace of death. Easier by far, but that is not my lot. Hey, you! I sit up at the sound of a deep shout, shading my eyes to see where the sound is coming from. It's another orc, carrying himself toward me with a fierce, challenging stance. There are a few orcs following him. Back up, I suppose. They aren't posturing the way that he is, despite carrying weapons that make it clear they're just as ready to engage. Something about his attitude irks me. I slowly climb to my feet, already feeling a prick of annoyance. Yes? I bark back, not concealing my distaste. He frowns, and I can tell that he's frustrated. He expected me to bow down to his presence, and doesn't care for the response. You're on burning sunland, he warns, a threat in his eyes. The old Agrish would have apologized. He has every right to steer me away from his base, and I know I have no right to be here. But the new Agrish is too bitter to care. Well, good for the burning sun, I retort. What are you going to do about it? He takes one final step closer, and now we're practically nose to nose. Staring me down, I can see his jaw clench. Whatever I need to, he replies icily, taunting me. I pull my hand into a fist, ready to fight. But a small part of my brain recognizes that I'm outnumbered. There's no way I can take them all, and I'm only, again, asking for death. Death as an interloper, at the hands of an orc posse. I hesitate briefly, remembering that I had vowed not to take the easy way out. He seems to sense my hesitation and takes a step back, trying to help me de-escalate the situation. Where do you belong? He asks. His voice is still wary, but there's a hint of helpfulness there now. He's trying just as hard as I am, to resist the urge to attack first and ask questions later. Where do I belong? I echo numbly. Then I let out a harsh laugh. Nowhere. I don't belong to anyone anymore. I should be thinking of my clan. I finally did what I thought of doing more than a year ago. I ran. Of course, I had never pictured it going the way that it finally had. For nearly a year, I planned my revenge. I wanted to take them all down for what they had done, but there was no way to make that happen. One orc can't destroy an entire rebel clan, no matter how motivated. I settled for revenge on my uncle, the mind behind the attack, the most guilty party. And then I ran, knowing there was no way they'd let me get away with what I had done otherwise. I had surrendered my place with them, desiring vengeance more than keeping my home. But that's not what I'm thinking of when he asks where I belong. I'm thinking of Remy, his brow furrows quizzically, studying me. What does that mean? I shrug, suddenly tired of dancing around the topic. I know what he's really asking, and I come right out with it. I used to be part of the rebel clan. They went too far for me. I got out of there after giving them a little warning, but now I'm just sort of, existing, you might say. His eyes go wide, and the orcs behind him begin whispering amongst themselves. My first thought is that he's going to capture me, maybe even execute me, just for being a rebel. It's always a risk, being part of such a disliked faction. Renouncing my membership now isn't necessarily enough to save me. You're the one who killed Jugar? He asks. His voice is all business, but there's a note of surprise. I'm surprised too. You know about that? Crap, he breathes. Then he laughs. Everyone knows about that. I have some people I want you to meet. They owe you some money. He introduces himself as Iggy and insists that I need to come with him. In confusion, I join his little band, following him back to an orc base. The Burning Sun base, I can only assume. He dismisses the rest of his team, leading me inside a building. I'm still not completely sure this isn't a trap, but I really don't care. We enter an office where two orcs are deep in conversation. Iggy raps on the side of the open door twice to announce us, and then just bursts in. They look up expectantly, waiting for an explanation. This is the son of a bitch that killed Jugar, he declares. Where's his bounty? One of the orcs stands up. He looks me over, and I jut my chin out in response. He laughs. Amazing. Nice job, by the way. We were beginning to think we'd never pay out. The other orc continues to stare at me as the first one goes to rummage around in a drawer at the side of the room. I puff myself up, feeling uncomfortable with his gaze. But Iggy claps a hand on the side of my arm, trying to befriend me. I flinch at first, not trusting the touch, but finally relax slightly. The first orc comes back with a little pouch. He dangles it out, offering it to me. Iggy's right, he admits. We put up a bounty for whoever got rid of Jugar. We couldn't manage it ourselves, but you did. You've earned this. This is Loki, our chieftain, Iggy explains. And this is I ignore them both, peering into the bag of money instead. The idea of being paid to murder my uncle hits a strange note for me, but I'm not sure how to refuse. Finally, I just nod, stuffing the pouch into my pocket. I'll figure out how to wrap my head around this later. Maybe I can donate it to the needy or something. He was a member of their rebel clan, Iggy informs them. Obviously, he's going to have to watch his back now. I think we owe him a favor. What's that? Replies. Obviously, he's a fighter. Let me make him a foot soldier. No one's going to mess with him if he has the Burning Sun clan behind him. Right now, as a defector, no one's protecting him. He gave up his clan for us. It's only right, he insists. Loki and exchange a glance. I can't tell what it means, but I'm also a bit annoyed by this conversation taking place as if I'm not standing right here. Wait, what? I don't think you want me in your clan, I argue. I was a rebel. Was, Iggy repeats. We need more soldiers like you before we're going to have the power to wipe out the rebel clan. Someone with the bravery and strength to end an orc like Jugar even at your personal expense. I don't think we should be fighting with other clans now, Loki corrects. With the war up north, we need to stand together. If they stay off our territory, we aren't going to go looking for trouble. Iggy frowns, clearly not liking this response. We can talk about that later. Right now, let's just get this orc on our team. We can use him if the war comes our way too. Loki looks at me. You are a defector, right? No allegiance left to the rebels? The answer comes easily, slipping right off my tongue. None. Loki looks at once more. Another wordless exchange, and then they both seem to nod at the same time. Fine, Loki agrees. He's yours. Wait, I interject, more insistent this time. You're all giving me too much credit, like I'm a hero for this. I'm not a hero. I'm not brave. I didn't do it for the right reasons. Iggy grins at me, looking so confident I want to shake him. None of us do it for the right reasons, he replies knowingly. We do it for ourselves. But sometimes that's the same thing. My job is finding those people, and you're one of them. Trust me. The trust on his face is too much. He doesn't even know me. How can he be so positive that I have anything to offer him? There's a long silence while we stare at each other, my uncertainty as strong as his conviction. Give me some time to think about it, I finally say. His grin widens, still too damn certain.
Chapter 4. Remy. I stare down at the little girl, sleeping in my arms. It's been 5 months since she was born, and sometimes it's still hard to believe she came from me. She belongs to me. It's enough to take my breath away. Should we put you in your bed for the night? I muse to myself. No. I hum in response after a moment. No. Why don't you stay here with Mommy for now? I like this, don't you? She doesn't respond, of course, but I don't care. I like to think that the sound of my voice relaxes her, even in her sleep. Besides, we're all alone now, just the two of us most of the time. She might be a baby, but she's the only one I have to talk to. The pregnancy wasn't a walk in the park for several reasons. The most obvious, of course, is the father. Or should I say the lack thereof. Being a single parent is hard. Something you really can't understand until you're in the moment. All the little tasks don't sound like much, one at a time, but they never end. It can be exhausting and frustrating, even though I love her to death. Having a reliable partner who can chip in must be life-changing. I'll never know. I didn't have my parents either. Not because they sent me away for getting pregnant or anything like that. I think my parents probably would have had a few complaints, but ultimately they would have risen to the task and been great grandparents. Unfortunately, it's another thing I'll simply never know. They died in the attack on my base before I even knew I was pregnant. I managed to escape, luckily sparing the life growing inside of me that I didn't even know was there. The life that would become Tara, the sweet little girl in my arms today. Your grandma would have loved you so much, I whisper. I'm sure she still does, wherever she's watching us from. She loved me, and that's why she wanted so much to keep me safe. Hopefully, you don't grow up to test that the way that I did. I gaze down at her, but she does not stir. She gives no indication, no agreement that she will be obedient. Or not. I do understand that she's got a lot of time still to grow into her own personality, and no one knows what the future will be like. No matter how much I urge her to learn from my mistakes, she will make her own. I just can't help but think if she repeats some of mine, I might not be able to bear it. What a strange twist over the past year or so, to go from laughing at my overprotective parents, to losing them, to realising they had always been right, all along. A harsh lesson that came too late to be of much use. Life works in mysterious, unpredictable ways. I mourned them for a long time. To be honest, I still do. It's very bittersweet, watching my little girl grow and always wondering what my parents would think. What they would be doing now, if they could be here with us. I was spared for a reason, and now I see that reason was Tara. I give her all the love that I have to give, partly because she deserves it, and partly because she's all that I have left. It's just me and her, against the world. If I had been a little more mature and truly thought about the consequences of my actions, I would have understood just why my parents frowned so much on Agrish. We had something special at the time. I'll never forget it, and there's lots of nice memories that I still carry with me. Probably, I always will. But I'm a mother now, and I see the world so differently than I did in those carefree days of quickies in the woods. I thought I could trust him, but then rebel orcs destroyed my home and settlement, killed my parents. It wasn't him, but still, he was one of their kind. Could I really, ever, have depended on him? And what would he be like as a father? He's probably killed tons of humans, something I never bothered to ask when we were giggling in the woods. The hookups were fun, but, well, it's good that I'm past that stage of my life. I can't even imagine what he might think, to know he has a half-human daughter out there. Would she be safe? Would he do away with her, not wanting the shame? If rebel orcs are dangerous murderers, I guess it's a good thing I got away when I did, because I think I would have done anything he asked me to back then. What was I thinking? It doesn't matter now. Tara is safe, and I will keep her that way. I transferred twice to other clans before coming here, just to ensure that he couldn't find me. I don't want someone like him in Tara's life. I should never have let him into mine, except that I wouldn't have Tara now otherwise. I ended up here with the Burning Sun clan at the end of my pregnancy. I was 8 months along and bleeding significantly. The pregnancy had never been exactly easy, but all of the stress and grief I was living with likely contributed to that. Still, the bleeding had gotten bad enough that I worried I was going to lose the baby, and no one knew what to do. Roz happened to come by one day with the trading caravan and suggested the Burning Sun. They had a human doctor who could handle my needs, one of the best in the field, and human facilities that would get me through childbirth. I dropped everything, feeling like it was my last chance. It turned out to be everything I hoped, and more. Bonnie, the doctor Roz mentioned, was terrific. Despite my difficult pregnancy, she got me and Tara through with flying colours. I'll forever be grateful for that, because I still genuinely believe I would have lost the baby, and maybe my life, without her. Tara stirs in my arms, bringing one sleepy hand to her cheek. I immediately begin to gently rock her in my arms, trying to lull her back to sleep. With a soothing hum, I sing a song my mother used to sing. A wave of sadness comes over me, feeling the little pang of loss that tightens its grip on my grief-stricken heart. But I dismiss it. I want to share the beautiful things I remember about my mother with my daughter, even when it's hard. Still, I do hope that someday it will get easier. A loud clap of thunder breaks outside, and Tara starts to cry. I sigh a little, knowing that the weather is beyond my control. Tara's very frightened by thunder, so it could be a long night if the storm doesn't pass quickly. She's nothing like me in that regard. I always thought storms were kind of exciting, and I didn't even mind sneaking out in the rain to meet Agrish. We made love once in the middle of a downpour, hiding under a rocky outcropping and giggling about the rain. I feel my cheeks heat up at the memory and immediately reprimand myself. You need to stop thinking about him. You have a daughter to take care of. He isn't the kind of influence you need in her life, so let it go. I know that I've made the right choice, that he isn't someone I'd want back in my life at this point anyway. But sometimes I still find myself thinking about it, even if I don't understand why. Another roll of thunder makes Tara flinch and offers a distraction from my thoughts. I turn my attention back to her, wanting to reassure her in whatever way I can. As a mother, you start to hate seeing your child suffer through these kinds of things. Even when it's silly, and there's nothing you can do about it, you suddenly find yourself wishing you could change the world just for them. It's okay, Tara, I soothe instead, the only thing I can do. I lift her to my chest, holding her tighter against me for comfort. Propping my feet up on the edge of a nearby table, I create a little slant in my folded legs. Settling her onto my lap, I lean over to put my face up close to hers. She likes my face, and perhaps it will distract her from the thunder. It offers a sense of security, us so close together. As I lean over inches away, I can't help but notice the gold flecks in her eyes. It's the one thing that will give away her lineage, should anyone ask. I know eventually the day is coming, and I won't keep my secret forever. I was lucky to have a girl, not a boy. She looks so much like me that no one knows she's half orc. I intend to keep it that way as long as possible, but it's the eyes that will do us in. She has her father's eyes, there's no mistaking it. I sigh softly to myself again. It's not that I'm ashamed she's half orc. It's just that I'm wary of letting her father into her life, afraid that he doesn't have what it takes to be a good father or partner. He was a great fling, but that's it. He's a rebel orc. I don't want any of the danger that comes along with that to be part of Tara's life. I force a smile, rubbing my nose against Tara's softly. It's just you and me, baby girl, I remind her, as if by saying the words I can ward her father away, wherever he is. Mommy's going to take care of you. We don't need anyone else. I love you most of all. She lets out a little gurgle of appreciation, but those gold flecks in her eyes sparkle defiantly back.
Chapter 5. Agrish. Remy! I scream. She turns to me with unseeing eyes. Once again, I know that I am too late. I'm always too late. The wall of flames that separates us climbs higher. Even as I can feel the heat burning against my skin, I don't want to take a single step backward. I don't want to leave her here. But it's too late. I jerk awake in the dead of night, gasping for air. Usually my dreams of Remy fade as quickly as they come, slipping through my fingers no matter how desperately I try to hold on to them. This one was different. Dark. I dreamt of watching her final moments, of seeing her burning alive in the fire. The stream clings to me, refusing to let go. Officially chasing off any thoughts of further sleep, I hunch over upright in my bed, bringing my knees to my chest. It takes a while for my breath and heart rate to slow. The general feeling of gloom never leaves. I get out of bed as though I can distance myself from the suffering. Then I try to distract myself by looking around the bedroom, taking in my surroundings instead. I've been staying in this house for the past 3 days, offered by the clan. I still haven't committed yet to Iggy's offer, but they let me remain while I think it over. It's a generous offer, I know, and I'll have to decide what I want to do soon. I can't stay here indefinitely without paying them back. My guilt creeps up every time I think about it, knowing that I don't deserve this any more than I deserve the bounty. I've been here long enough to at least know what the house looks like. It's not entirely unfamiliar at this point, but it doesn't feel like my own either. I'm just a guest. It's always slightly disorienting to be in this space. I've been told I belong here, but it doesn't feel like it. I pace around the bedroom, still feeling the sensation of a phantom burn on my arm. It's so convincing that I look down, verifying that nothing is there. Just another lingering trick of my mind. The only way you're going to get through this is to make it right, I decide. You couldn't save Remy, but that doesn't mean you can't do anything. Iggy thinks you have something to offer. Maybe it's time to prove it. No one is there to interrupt my musing. I barrel ahead with my diatribe, starting to feel the conviction of my words. Change. If nothing else, for the memory of her. She deserves that much. A fresh wave of guilt washes over me, thinking about the orc that I was back then. I was used to taking everything by force, doing whatever struck me in the moment. I never worried about anyone else. I certainly never made an effort to give back. Remy was the only person I ever tried for. I tried to understand her relationship with her parents and stay out of the way. I tried to give her the space she needed and not force myself into her life. I considered her feelings, her wants, her needs, something I had never known how to do. One hand comes up to rest on my heart, feeling the dull pain there. It hasn't left, taking up permanent residence this past year. It feels sharper in these pre-dawn hours, a physical reminder of everything that I have lost. It's a gaping wound, an invisible scar. It's where she has branded me, marked me as hers, and I am forever changed by her absence. I haven't been able to look at another woman, much less touch one, over the past year. I don't think I ever will. Honestly, I don't think I miss it. It wouldn't be the same, not with anyone who isn't her. She came damn close to making me a better orc. Maybe she even succeeded, despite not being here to see it realized. I can't just let go of all that now. There's a war up north, and everyone is doing their best. Iggy says they need me. I can't relapse back into the old Agrish after all of this. It would make her efforts, her influence, meaningless. It would besmirch her memory. Resolved, I turn from the window where I've been staring outside unseeingly. I move with purpose now, quickly gathering my clothes to get dressed. I have a job to do. I'm a foot soldier for the Burning Sun clan in honor of her. Never again will I sit back while others suffer, thinking only of what I can take to satisfy my own selfish wants. The first step is finding Iggy and telling him so. As dawn finally begins to light up the sky, I go in search of Iggy. The base is quiet, only a few orcs or humans up at this early hour, but when I finally manage to locate someone asking about him, there doesn't seem to be any question of where he is. The training center, I'm told. They point at a building only a short distance away, nodding with certainty. Thank you, I answer, already hurrying in that direction. When I reach the place, I peer in cautiously. Even from the doorway, I'm certain that this must be the right spot. With all of the equipment I can already spot in eyesight, it's hard to imagine I've made a mistake. I push open the door, finding Iggy almost immediately. He's lifting heavy weights and only raises an eyebrow when he sees me. It isn't until he finishes counting off the right number of repetitions that he puts the weights down and turns to face me. Surprised to see you here, he says nonchalantly, keeping his face deliberately relaxed. I answer the question he didn't ask. I'll do it. I'll join. The mask of indifference slides away, replaced by an eager grin. He grabs my elbow, dragging me toward the center of the room. Hey everyone, meet the new recruit. You men are lucky to be in the presence of such a celebrity. He's the one who killed the leader of the rebel orcs. The orcs have all stopped what they're doing, immediately turning to pay attention to their leader. Whispering breaks out in the crowd, many of them eyeing me as if I have two heads. I shuffle uncomfortably beside him, feeling embarrassed. It fades quickly when I realize that it's not quite the compliment that he made it sound like. Who's going to tell him what we do to new recruits? Especially one this famous? He taunts the crowd. Almost immediately, a towering orc steps up. He's practically a giant, at least a head taller than me. He puffs up his chest, lumbering in my direction imposingly. I eye him warily, waiting to see what happens next. Already I can tell this is some sort of hazing ritual, and my guard is up. But even knowing that, I'm a little surprised by the roar he lets out next. I have to actively work to resist the impulse to flinch, knowing instinctively that I can't let these orcs see me look cowardly. The roar is followed by a shrill battle cry that hurts my ears. Again, it takes everything inside of me to offer no visible reaction. I can feel everyone's eyes on me, even though I don't dare look away from the giant trying to intimidate me. "I'll tell you what we do," he growls. "We test them to see if they're as good as they think they are." Iggy does an immediate about-face, exiting the center of the room to join the audience of orcs watching us. I make the brief mistake of looking away to watch him go, and the orc seizes full opportunity of the blunder. He charges me head-on, quickly yanking my attention back. But I'm not ready, and it's already too late. He rams into me, and it feels like I've just bounced against a boulder. I can feel my adrenaline kick into drive, my body reacting to the attack. I roar in protest, pushing him away. Then I drop to the ground before he can swing for me again, taking away the upper hand that he had by surprising me. I roll across the training room floor, putting enough distance between us that I'll be able to anticipate his next move. My eye lights upon a weapon as I do so, and I see my opening back into this fight. I slide up to my knees, my hand darting out to claim the crossbow. It's a true stroke of luck, as this is a weapon I'm very, very good with. If they want me to prove myself, I'm happy to do it with this. I can impress anyone when it comes to my marksmanship, and I know it. Most orcs aren't very good with bows, as they're a strictly human invention. But I'm not most orcs. As long as I don't let on that I'm better with a bow than in hand-to-hand combat, they'll assume it means I can handle any weapon. That's false. But it's something I'm willing to let them believe. At least, for now. I hurriedly reach out for the arrows, loading the bow lightning fast. Then I shoot 4 rapid shots, quick and with remarkable accuracy. Leg, leg, arm, arm. By the last one, it's obvious that I've hit exactly where I intended. Each arrow the same neat, measured distance from his core. The training area has descended into utter silence. My eyes grow wide when I realize that he's bleeding, the arrows having penetrated. I had intended to show off my marksmanship skills, assuming that they'd bounce off. Arrows don't usually penetrate orc skin, but these must be made from a special material. The silence unnerves me, but I try not to let it show. I decide to steam ahead, as if that's what I meant to do all along. "Do you know how I killed the rebel leader? My uncle?" I add pointedly. "I put a hole in his temple." I gesture to my own head, glaring defiantly around the room. The faces are more subdued compared to the earlier chatter, but no one's taunting me now. Not even Iggy, who stares at me with his mouth slightly agape. I toss the weapon aside, getting to my feet. With one final look of warning, I face Iggy last. "Is it enough?" I demand.
If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
The forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood. It sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine.
Chapter 6. Remy. The sun swelters overhead, almost unbelievably bright. It's not even noon, but I can tell it's going to be a hot day. I squint, trying to force the sweat dripping down my face to go somewhere other than my eyes. My hands are full of weeds pulled from the fields, or I just wipe it away. Still, I must look ridiculous. Why can't they plant some trees in the field? For shade? Besides me, Kiki is doing a similar motion, trying to dry her face in the crook of her arm. It makes me feel better at least. I suppose misery must love company after all. I grin, ignoring the salt that burns my eyes. Yeah, I'm sure plants grow great in the shade. Competing with shade and tree roots is their favourite thing, right? I tease. She stands up to grab the nearest weed bucket, and we both empty our arms into it. Then she smirks, knowing that I'm technically correct. Well, if there were less plants, we'd have less work to do, she points out jokingly. I laugh and shake my head at her words, going back to my weeding. To be fair, it could be a lot worse. I'm really lucky to be where I am, even if it's hot, dirty work. Kiki and the other field workers are nice and assure me that I'll get used to it. I didn't even have to work here at the base until Tara was 4 months old. They made sure I had some time off to recover and bond with her, and never held it against me. Of course, everyone has to chip in somehow, for the base to keep running smoothly. So eventually, I came to work here in the fields. I didn't really have any other skills to offer, just 2 hands and a strong back. And I'm still very lucky. The field manager only makes me work half a day. I have all afternoon off to be with Tara, but still get the full meal rations despite that. The clan members recognise my struggle and do their best to be supportive. No one tries to shame me for not pulling my fair share or treats me badly just because I have a daughter to think about as well. Did you hear about the new recruit? Kiki asks in a low voice, leaning closer to my ear. I can't help but wonder why she's acting so secretive, but just shake my head in response. I've heard a little here and there about some new recruits. Still, I doubt it's whatever she's heard, judging by the mysterious way she's acting. One of them was goaded into a fight with Oja. To prove himself, I think, or test him, or whatever. Hazing, maybe. I wrinkle my nose as we work, assuming that I already know what the next words out of her mouth will be. Most likely, some variation of, so then they had to call Bonnie. Oja's a pretty tough orc, not someone even other orcs want to mess with. He put an arrow through him, she says in a low voice. I pause, my hand freezing over the row of vegetables. Slowly my head turns to face her. You mean Oja put an arrow through the recruit? I clarify. She shakes her head in disagreement. Number the new recruit put an arrow through Oja. For just a moment, I'm too surprised to do anything. I just stare at her blankly, not quite able to wrap my head around it. Just who is this recruit that can come from out of nowhere and take Oja of all people? But then the field manager comes toward us down the row, checking everyone's work. I don't have time to formulate a response. Besides, it's none of my business anyway. I just shake my head in disbelief, not wanting to continue the conversation any further. Not with the supervisor right there. I don't want it to look like I'm slacking off. I already get half the day off. I can't be known as the one who gossips more than she works. It's not really that the field manager is unkind to me, just the opposite. As much as I simply don't like the feeling of being a bad worker. The Burning Sun clan saved me. Literally, they saved me and Tara. Showing up and doing my job, and doing it well, is the least I can do. Kiki smirks at me again, recognising the sudden silence for what it is. Goody two-shoes, she teases good-naturedly. Are you ever going to learn to live a little? For some reason, my mind flashes back to Agrish and my wilder days. I wonder what Kiki would say if she knew. She certainly wouldn't call me a goody two-shoes then. Kiki doesn't have children. She doesn't understand how it changes you, forces you to realign your priorities. So, I just smile back at her patiently, not bothering to correct her. You're free to go, Remy, my supervisor calls down the row. See you tomorrow. I stand up hurriedly, brushing myself somewhat clean. Kiki crosses her eyes and sticks her tongue out at me. I do the same back, a light-hearted jest between us. Night, Remy. Have a good one, she calls, suddenly straightening her face out normally as I walk away. You too, I reply. Don't work too hard. She makes the face again and I laugh. The fields are on the outskirts of the base. but Tara's orc babysitter lives closer toward the centre of the base. She watches many of the children while their parents work and does a terrific job of it. I just love her, because I don't have to worry about Tara for a second when she's with Beulah and her helpers. As I walk into the more populated section of the base, everything becomes more active and crowded. Near the fields, there's hardly anything to see, and no one around. Here, there are plenty of storefronts and businesses, along with the necessary window shoppers and errand runners that go along with them. Some orcs seem to be just out dawdling, taking leisurely strolls as they greet each other. I suppose if you hadn't pulled weeds all day, today would probably seem like a nice day for a walk. I'm too hot and sweaty to enjoy it much. And hungry. In fact, once I notice it, it starts to sink in that I'm starving. My stomach lets out a little rumble, and now I can't think of anything else. Was I this hungry at work? I guess I was just too busy to notice. Or maybe all my earlier efforts are what drained me. In any case, I quickly resolved to stop by the canteen for a bite to eat. It won't take long, and I can pick up Tara in a little bit. I duck into the canteen, my stomach doing flips of excitement at the thought of food. Everything already smells so good that it makes my mouth water. I glance up at the clock on the wall, confirming that I have time to eat. Tara's scheduled to be with Beulah for another half-hour yet. Even though I pick her up early most days, I like to leave the extra time just in case I'm ever running late. The field manager isn't always as prompt at dismissing me as he was today. I grab a tray and stare hungrily at all the food on the counter, trying to decide. Turning my head slightly to see what's on the end, I see a movement out of the corner of my eye that makes my blood run cold. It's a face that I'd know anywhere, even though my mind tries to argue at first. Even as my entire body tenses up, panic coursing through me, the rational side of my brain tells me that it can't be. I'm imagining it. Maybe because I've been thinking about him too much lately. It can't be him. But it is. It is him. I'd know him anywhere. I drop my tray, so startled that my hands seem to just completely fail me. It's as if everything has shut down, overwhelmed and unable to process all the raw emotions I'm feeling. So I just stop, frozen. The sound of the tray is enough to jerk me back into reality, though. A new panic signal fires into my brain, reminding me that he's going to hear that sound. And he's going to look, and he's going to see me. He'd know me anywhere too. The last thing I want is for him to realise I'm here. Hide. I hastily turn my back, bending over in an awkward way to collect my tray and silverware off the floor. Not only is he now facing my backside, but I'm stooped in a way that obstructs my face. My long hair hangs down, covering most of the view that remains. My pulse is racing as I slowly put everything back on the tray. My hands shake so badly, I nearly drop everything again, and I desperately tighten my grip on the tray. I can't afford to draw his attention again. I'm not even sure I got away with it the first time. The only thing I am confident of is that if he saw me, he'll be on his way over here to make it plain in about 3 seconds. I can hardly breathe, and it feels like my heart is lodged into my throat. What is he doing here? Chapter 7. Remy. My hands are so shaky that the silverware clatters loudly on the tray. So much for hiding. If everyone wasn't looking at me before, they are now. I try to do a strange little crab step, making my way to the side of the food counter. Concentrating hard on not dropping the tray and causing another scene, it's an awkward manoeuvre, but finally successful. Then, leaning my back against the side of the counter, I pull my knees up and duck my head, hiding. The tray rests beside me, abandoned on the floor. It's safer there. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. At least I have my back turned to Agrish and he can't see my face. The counter blocks him from view, and he's probably already forgotten about me. As far as he knows, I'm a loud, and perhaps somewhat neurotic stranger, but that's all. Because if he had gotten a good look at my face, he'd be over here already. I'm sure of that. I take another deep breath, letting the air cleanse me. Then I exhale, slowly pushing it out, and feel my heart rate begin to climb somewhere into the normal range. Or at least, a range where my heart isn't in imminent danger of exploding. And then it goes right back into overtime when Harold, another human member of the clan, yells loudly behind me. "Hey Remy, are you okay? What are you doing down there?" I can feel my throat closing over in terror. "Harold!" I hiss, not even turning around to look at him. If I do, Agrish might see me. "Don't say my name!" Reaching blindly in the direction of his voice, I manage to snatch some sort of cloth in my fingers. His shirt, I assume. Then I tug him down to the floor next to me, wrapping a hand across his mouth. Harold's tall and lanky, meaning that it's not very hard for me to boss him around. He's also very easygoing, not the type to argue back. Even with my hand covering his mouth, he doesn't complain or protest, just sits beside me. His blue eyes go wide in surprise, blinking at me a few times. "Don't say my name," I warn him again in a low voice. Then I let him go. He stares at me for a moment, his brow wrinkled. "What's wrong?" he whispers, leaning his blonde head closer to mine. "You look pale." I shake my head, unable to think of any words and rendered speechless. Where do I begin? How do I even start explaining this one, in a way that would make sense to anyone but me? How did I find myself in such a complicated mess? Still leaning toward me, he puts one hand on my shoulder to offer support. "It's going to be okay, Remy," he assures me, trying to sound confident. Under any other circumstance, I'd appreciate how willing he is to help. He's a good friend, and I'm just too frazzled to give him the thanks he deserves. "It is not going to be okay. Stop saying my name." My voice is too loud, surprising both of us. It's also climbed into an almost inaudible range, so high-pitched it can't be deciphered. "It is not going to be okay." I try again, modulating my tone, but the panic is still obvious, and I clearly haven't done that good of a job of controlling myself. "Nothing is going to be okay. This is terrible." It's only getting worse, no matter how much my brain keeps trying to force me to pull it together. That's an option that departed long ago, and I'm never going to be able to salvage this. I just need to get out of here now. "Is it Tara?" he asks, the concern on his face growing. "Did something happen to Tara? I can't help you if you don't talk to me. What do you need?" I shake my head again, wrapping my arms tight around my knees. "You can't help me, Harold," I say with a sigh. "No one can help me. I have to go, and don't worry yourself about it. Tara's fine." Harold's a nice enough man, but I don't have time to walk him through the sordid tales of my life. I'm not sure he'd understand anyway. I was there, and I don't even understand half the time. I carefully get to my feet, crouching to stay low behind the counter. Then I peer around Harold, using him to block my face as I peek past. Agrish isn't looking. Hurriedly, I grab at the tray I left on the floor. Holding it up so that it covers my face, I rush to the exit, practically running. My heart races the entire way. Even hiding behind the tray, I can feel the eyes on me. Many of the other customers are staring, curiously wondering what's going on. Deep down, I can't blame them. If I saw someone acting like me, I'd stare too. But I don't have the time or the energy to care about that right now. All I want is to get out of here as quickly as possible. They can think whatever they want, as long as Agrish doesn't see me. The relief I feel when I push open that door and escape outside is so strong, it nearly knocks me over. I race to the side of the building, my adrenaline the only thing keeping me on my feet. I lean against the wall outside, gasping for air. My knees feel weak and shaky, and a flood of emotions hits me that makes me want to laugh, scream, and cry all at the same time. I let out a nervous giggle, breathless, and clasp one hand to my chest. There's nothing funny about this, of course, nothing at all. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's ridiculous, and for some reason I let out another laugh. It's short and high-pitched and sounds frightened, but I can't stop doing it, and then I picture Agrish, there in the canteen, and suddenly sober up. He looks the same as he did, more than a year ago. His long dark hair pulled back on the sides in thin braids, the rest flowing loosely past his shoulders. My mouth draws back down tight, no longer amused, as what just happened sinks in. Agrish is here, in my home clan. What does this mean? I thought I could find a way to never see him again. I thought he would never know, and that was for the best anyway. We were a fling, and I wasn't sure he even wanted a daughter, much less a half-human daughter. What if he hates her? What if he doesn't want her around, evidence of what he did? He's a rebel orc. He was willing to sleep with me, but that doesn't mean he wanted me to bear his child. I sigh, rubbing my face tiredly. I'm a mother, but that doesn't mean he's a father. It doesn't even mean he's ready to be a father. Is it worth springing that on him? I mutter to myself, as if someone might answer. Do I tell him about Tara? But what if that puts her in danger? She's my entire world, and I can't do anything that causes her any risk. The sad reality is that I'm just not sure her father can safely be a part of her life. I don't trust him. What if he's angry? She means too much to me, and I'm not sure I want him to even know she exists. But still, it feels wrong to hide her. How long can I hide her anyway? If he's here, does that mean he's part of the Burning Sun clan now? What happened to his old clan? I can't avoid him forever. He's bound to see me sooner or later, so should I just come clean about having a baby? The idea makes my stomach turn, my heart starting to pound anxiously again at the very thought. I had wanted to put this all behind me and leave Tara as the only reminder of what had happened between us. Now that he's here, it's harder to ignore the reality of our past. What will the others in the clan say, knowing that I was running around with a rebel orc? Or worse, what will they think of Tara? How will that affect her as she grows up? I've kept her lineage a secret so far, and I'm not sure I want to stop. I start to slowly walk away, reminding myself that I still have to go pick up Tara, the little girl I'm working so hard to protect. She's waiting for me at the babysitter's. Confused as I am, I'm still eager to see her, to have her in my arms. I glance at the canteen uneasily as I walk the other direction, moving further away. My skin crawls at the sight, the simple building suddenly feeling ominous and foreboding. Vaguely, I recall how hungry I had been when I went inside there. My appetite is gone, dust. If anything, I feel a bit sick to my stomach now and can't even imagine eating. My mind is full of questions and no answers, but they all revolve around some variation of the same, most important one. What do I do now?
Chapter 8. Agrish. A flurry of movement catches my eye. I look up from my food and watch the familiar back rushing out of the canteen. It's clearly a human woman, evident by the figure. Something about her gives me a creeping sense of déjà vu, though I can't put my finger on just why. I shake my head, returning my attention to my tray. I'm sure it doesn't really matter who she is. I don't know her, of course. How could I? I'm basically a stranger here. Whoever it is that she reminds me of will come to me in time. Hungry? Iggy booms behind me as I scarf my food. I consider correcting him. I'd say that I'm starving, too starved to be embarrassed by it. He sits beside me, eating at a much more relaxed pace. I shake my head, pausing long enough to make one comment. This training really takes it out of you. I consider myself to be strong and fit, and I still find the demands taxing. I wonder how Iggy makes it look so easy. Iggy claps me on the back. I cough uncomfortably, swallowing a large chunk of food in surprise. He doesn't seem to notice. You'll get used to it, he pronounces confidently. I don't know if he means the training or the handsy way he likes to startle me. I'm not sure either is true, but I don't say so. Clearing my throat, I reach hurriedly for my glass of water to wash it down. I can feel my face turning red, an already awkward position to be in. I don't need to look like the new weirdo of the clan. I can already sense the contempt from my new team, save Iggy. They think I snuck up on my own uncle and used an unfair advantage to take him out. It's not true, though. I can understand how my bragging earlier left that impression. I got a little carried away, trying too hard to show off so they wouldn't keep messing with me. For an orc, beating someone by stabbing them in the back is a terribly shameful act. It's not true. I challenged him to a fair fight and won. There was nothing underhanded about it. I spent the last year growing stronger and better than him, in the hopes of overtaking him, and I succeeded. I sigh, reflecting on my current mess. Perhaps I should have just been more honest from the beginning, but Iggy had kind of sprung that incident on me without warning. I wasn't prepared, though. Admittedly, my reaction was a bit much. You only get one chance to make a first impression. I was aiming for fierce, but I think everyone else saw Crazy Trader. At least Iggy seems unbothered by it. He isn't afraid to be seen eating lunch with me and continues to chat beside me like nothing has happened. Your skill as a shooter is impressive, he notes. You can really hit a target, but we're going to work on your close-range stuff as well. Make you a well-rounded soldier, you know? You won't always have a long-range weapon. I'll follow your lead, I agree. I can understand what he's saying. The most valuable orc on the team is the one who can fight face-to-face. We're built for strength and can use that against almost any enemy if we learn how to harness it. Anyone, even a human, can shoot a bow. It's not enough to meet the skill of others when you could surpass it. We continue eating, chatting a bit. Iggy is doing most of the work and carrying the conversation, but he doesn't seem to mind. I try to be polite and respond, but my mind is too busy trying to adapt to my new surroundings to really focus on him. I spend most of the time distractedly watching others in the canteen, realizing that these are my new clanmates. Though I'm just an observer no one really pays attention to, I notice the general aura of the space. People seem overall friendly and helpful to each other. Even those that didn't come there together smile and greet those around them. It's a different feeling than I ever got at my old clan. There was always an unspoken competition there, a need to outdo everyone around you. Everyone wanted to be the loudest voice, the biggest orc. If they weren't on a power trip, they were bitterly complaining about how someone else didn't deserve whatever they had gotten. We finish eating and start heading back to the training center. Iggy gets stopped on the way out of the door by another male orc. He introduces the stranger as Loki, and I nod politely. Quickly, I can tell that this is a conversation Iggy won't be extricating himself from soon. I begin to feel a bit uncomfortable just standing around, though they're both cordial about it. Plus, I'm eager to get back to the training center knowing I have a lot of work to do. Excusing myself, I make my way back in the direction I recalled traveling earlier. Though I obviously am not very familiar with the base layout, I'm confident that I can find my way solo. It wasn't far, and a straightforward walk. There are significantly more people out on the street now than there were this morning. Always observant, I take everything in on my walk, but it isn't until I notice one particular human that my blood runs cold. I stare at it as though I've seen a ghost. Maybe I have. I blink several times as though I can wash the vision out of my eyes, but it remains. And then it clicks suddenly, leaving me feeling as if I have just been doused with ice water. I know who the woman in the canteen reminded me of. Her. The woman in front of me who can't possibly be who I think. And yet there she is, plain as day. A tremor runs through my body as I approach the woman timidly. I don't know which I'm more scared of, being wrong or being right. Remy? I reach out one shaking hand, wanting to touch her for myself, to confirm that she's real, she's flesh, and not a spirit back to haunt me. Not that I wouldn't deserve that. She turns around, and just like that, Remy is gone. Or rather, she was never really Remy at all. I stare at her, and at first, she looks at me patiently, quizzically. Yes? She asks. Her tone is kind, but the question at the end lingers painfully long. She wants to know who I am and why my hand is on her shoulder. It's a fair question. My mouth opens and closes, floundering, and I don't know what to say. It's too much, all of it, to dump on a stranger. My grief flares up again, larger than myself and smothering all the words out of me. Her face begins to shift, a little less kind now and a little more demanding. I owe her a response, but there is none available. Finally, I just shake my head and stumble backwards, trying to get out of there as fast as possible. I turn one last time, my brain needing the final reminder that she is not Remy and Remy is gone. The woman is watching me distrustfully, but for the first time, thankfully, she looks nothing like Remy. I want to tell her that she is right not to trust me, that I don't trust me either. I want to tell her about Remy, and how she did trust me, and just where that got here. But I don't do any of that. I just turn and run, not even sure I'm heading in the direction of the training center. I get there eventually, though it takes several minutes before I pull myself together enough to find my way again. Iggy has managed to arrive before me, despite leaving the canteen first, but thankfully he does not point it out or ask any questions. I'm also thankful for the hellish training he puts me through. My body aches by the time I am done, but it distracts me from an even worse pain. Sweat drips down my body, and it's all I can do to concentrate on his extreme demands. There's not an inch of room left for a ghost from the past. It's a short-lived reprieve, because as much as the training helps, I still go home to the empty house that is not yet my home. I fidget aimlessly around, trying to find a place to anchor myself, and think of the woman from earlier. I can't keep seeing Remy and everyone I meet. First, the woman in the canteen, and then the woman on the street. Twice in one day. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, a reflection of how much my thoughts are always on her. But I can't keep seeing her everywhere I go, or I will go crazy. The obvious solution is to stop letting her dominate my mind, but I don't know how. Is this my punishment? To be so close to what could have been a long and happy life, but never be able to reach it? To spend all of my time reminded of what I can never have? Maybe in another life, Remy and I would have had a chance. We could have been together, somewhere just like here, if I hadn't been a rebel orc. But it's too late for that now. So why does the memory follow me everywhere?
Chapter 9. Remy. Early morning light starts to filter into my bedroom, shaking off the darkness. It takes me a moment to notice the change, slow and steady as it is. When it sinks in that a new day is beginning, I sigh. I hardly slept last night, or the night before that. I've been tossing and turning in bed, still hoping that some remnant of the night could be salvaged. That hope is clearly futile now, and it's clear that I'll be going to work exhausted. Well, you might as well get up and face it, I mutter to myself, sliding reluctantly out of bed. I'm tired from the lack of sleep, but perhaps even more significantly, I'm mentally tired. My brain can't stop racing, full of questions that I still have no answers for. If I could just stop thinking, I would sleep. But my mind can't rest, so neither can my body. Tara is still sleeping peacefully in her crib, so I tiptoe quietly around the room as I get ready. It's always easier to get my own chores out of the way before worrying about hers, though I rarely get the opportunity to focus on just one at a time. As I dress myself, I glance over at her relaxed form. "What do you think, little one?" I ask in a hushed voice. "Is it time for another adventure? A new clan?" Even as I say the words, something sharp twists in my heart. It's the only thing I've been able to come up with, that perhaps we'll have to move somewhere else to keep Tara from Agrish. The thought, however, is terrifying. It's not freeing at all, the way a valid escape plan might be. It feels like a knee-jerk reaction to circumstances beyond my control, poorly thought out, and likely even more poorly executed. Somewhere deep in my gut, I know that it feels that way, because it is that way. It's not the right answer. "No," I mutter, this time more to myself than Tara. "No, we're not going anywhere. This is our home and we were here first. The only thing that matters to me is keeping Tara safe, and this is the perfect spot for that. I feel so secure and have everything that I need here. I can't just go striking off into the unknown because I'm afraid to face my ex. It's time to grow up, Remy. You're a mum now. Do what's best for Tara and stick it out. Even after that reminder, I don't feel exactly resolved in my decision. Because I'm not just running away from Agrish. There's still a very real concern there that I haven't solved. It's not as simple as being embarrassed to see him. If that was it, I could dust myself off, grit my teeth, and get through it. The issue, as it has always been, is Tara. She is his daughter. And normally, I would agree that a father has every right to be part of their daughter's life. But when that father is a rebel orc, and violence, disaster and death follow everywhere they go, do they really? Fixing my hair, I ponder how I ever got to this place. What once seemed so exciting about Agrish is now the very thing that scares me away. He was never safe, and that thrilled me. But now I have a daughter. I need her to be safe. I don't know how he can have any part of her life in a way that protects her. Because of orcs like him, my clan was decimated. How can I give him any rights to my daughter, even if she is half him? Tara starts to stir, interrupting my morning preparations. It doesn't seem unwelcome, though, and I find myself a little over-eager to hold her tight against me. This is where she belongs, with me, safe and sound. I don't know if Tara is reading my mood, but she's surprisingly clingy when I try to take her to the babysitter that morning. She cries as soon as she leaves my arms for Jana's, and we both look at each other in surprise. Jana works with Beulah most days, helping out. Tara knows her well, and she never does this. I swallow the lump in my throat that makes me want to cry with her. Instead, I just drop a kiss on her soft forehead. Jana cuddles her in her arms, trying to soothe her. "Goodbye, baby girl. Mommy will be back soon, and you'll have fun with Jana," I assure her. Then I turn quickly away, feeling as if my heart could splinter into fragments. Tears prick my eyes as I hurry to work, trying to push down my glum mood and anxiety. "You're being silly, Remy. It's only a couple of hours, and you know that she's fine with Jana. I can't explain why it hurts so bad this time, but my thoughts do little to assuage my guilt. When I get to the fields, I jump right into my work. I'm hoping that it'll distract me enough to take my mind off my worries. Right now, what I need is to just do, not think. Peace of mind is such a blessing. I never knew how much I should appreciate it, and now I'm starting to feel like I might never have it again. At least not while Agrish is around. Is he staying here? Maybe he's gone already, back to wherever he belongs. What are the odds that he'd be in this clan when he has a clan of his own? Stop thinking about it and do your work. I chastise myself. I don't even realise I'm speaking out loud until Danny beside me gives me a weird look. "I'm working," she retorts, a complaint in her tone. I blush, feeling my face heat up. "Sorry, Danny," I managed to choke out. "I was thinking out loud. I didn't mean to yell at you, just me." She gives me another weird look, though she doesn't look as annoyed anymore. "Do you need more water?" she suggests, holding out her canteen. I bite my tongue, trying not to sigh. She thinks that I'm having a reaction to the heat. It's actually a very sweet gesture that she would look out for me like that. But somehow it only makes me feel worse. I like it here. I don't want to leave. I have my friends and a life here, and I'm settled. If Agrish would just go away, everything would be perfect. I can't voice any of this, of course. Instead, I just shake my own canteen, feeling the water slosh around. "No, I'm okay," I reply, trying hard to keep my voice steady and level. Calm, like I'm not on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I open it, taking a sip of water. Though I know that wasn't really my problem, it's as good an idea as any. Maybe it'll help relax me, and at least it seems to appease Danny. She eyes me for a moment and then returns to her work, satisfied that I'm not having a medical emergency. I try to focus on the sensation of the cool water sliding down my throat, blocking everything else out. If I keep obsessing like this, I'm going to make myself sick. I pick up my basket, moving down the row past Danny to keep working. She doesn't pay me any mind, but I know I'd feel better working on my own, where I don't have to worry about being asked 97 times if everything is okay and having to lie that it's fine. As I stand, I notice movement in the distance, just past the other side of the field. I pause and watch. It's Iggy's team of orcs, I realise. They don't seem to be responding to any kind of crisis, just training or perhaps on patrol. A thought occurs to me. I drop down to crouch on the ground, hiding behind the large basket. Is he one of them? Is that why he's here now? I don't know for sure, of course, but the day I ran into him, I had heard all about Iggy having some new recruits. And then he appeared in the canteen. I can put 2 and 2 together and draw the reasonable conclusion that he ended up here after being recruited by Iggy. Slowly, I peek carefully over the basket, watching the group. They've already moved on in their march, crossing the backside of the field to move toward the west. Soon they'll be out of sight, headed for their desired location, and I won't have to worry about them at all. He's not with them, I realise. It comes as a relief, but there's also a little flutter of disappointment in my heart that I try not to pay attention to. They might be a distance away, but I'd still know Agrish anywhere, especially with those distinctive braids he apparently still wears. I file that tidbit away and can't help thinking a little about what that might mean. Is he not one of Agrish's recruits after all? Maybe he's not even a member of the clan and simply came here for some kind of visit or business. I get back to my feet, ready to carry on with my work now that I know I'm safe from being spotted. I try to silence the voice in my head that persists with wondering where he is and what he's up to. It doesn't matter to you anymore, as long as he isn't here to find out about Tara, I remind myself. That's the only reason you even care. It doesn't feel completely true, but I don't listen to that voice either. I bend over, preparing to reach for my basket, when I feel a heavy hand grab for my arm suddenly. Turning in surprise, it dawns on me too late. I'm caught. This is my worst fear, and I never even saw it coming this time. "Remy?" he exclaims, his handsome face both pale and shocked. Well, crap. Now what? From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 10, Agrish. Am I hallucinating again? That woman looks just like Remy from the backside, but I thought that before. My guilty conscience has really gone into overdrive since joining the Burning Sun clan. I veered away from the rest of the patrol to familiarize myself with the setup here at the fields. Since this is a major food source for the clan, it's also one of the most likely places to be targeted by an intruder. An outsider wishing to cause us harm without a direct confrontation would find this to be an irresistible target. That is why I stop here longer than the others. I want to understand the harvesting operation backward and forward. can't spot a threat without the proper background, and the only way to get that is to study. It seems that I'm going to be able to find trouble much faster than I thought. What is this woman doing? It's hard for me to imagine that she's here with bad intentions, and I wonder if I'm being misled by how much she reminds me of Remy. All I can see is her backside. The brunette hair is the same cut and color, a short bob that reaches her chin. The skin has the same caramel glow. I try to remind myself that I'm sure there's more than one person with that haircut, but I still can't get past the comparison. Because she reminds me of her, I want to assume the best. Automatically, my heart tries to say that she can't be up to anything nefarious. That she's a sweet girl, just doing her job. But I don't know that. She's not Remy. I can't let my delusions stand in the way of my job, letting them sway me. Whoever she really is, she's hunched strangely down on the ground, hiding her face behind a produce basket. That's hardly typical behavior. I shake my head, trying to focus on the importance of my task. When I look again, she's back on her feet, holding the basket. Did I imagine that too? I can't help but wonder. My hallucinations are getting worse, it seems. I still can't see her face, but I'm struck by the similarities. Unlike the woman the other day, the feeling doesn't pass after a few moments. The more that I look at her, the more I feel as if I've traveled back in time a year, looking at Remy herself. I tell myself that I still need to check her out, even though I'm not certain if it's genuinely because I think she could be a hazard, or if I just want to prove to myself that she isn't Remy. Because of course she isn't. This time I managed to control the shiver that wants to overtake me. I suppose I'm getting used to the tricks my mind insists on playing me. I can't decide if that's a good thing or not. She doesn't turn around as I take steady steps closer to her. I feel almost as if I'm in a trance, as if I could wake up any moment and find out this was all a dream. But each step only gives me more conviction of how familiar this woman is. The moment that I wake up never comes. I suck in my breath, feeling my heart race. Turn around so I can see you, I plead to myself. She does just the opposite, starting to walk away. I feel myself panic, so unwilling to let her go. I need to know. Instinctively, my hand rushes out and snares her arm, making her stop abruptly. She whips around to face me. All the air rushes out of my lungs when I see her face. Remy? I can't tell if the word is a curse or a blessing. I don't think she can either. The blood drains out of her face, her normally rich caramel skin suddenly a pale white. The bottom drops out of my world at that moment, unable to process what I'm seeing. Is she alive? Can I be making up such an elaborate vision? My hand releases its grip on her forearm. She looks up with guilt in her eyes. I stare back for a long time, saying nothing before I realize that I've been holding my breath. Inhaling slowly, trying to calm my racing heart, I trace the side of her face. The skin is warm under my fingers. My fingers move slowly to her neck, and I can feel the subtle thrum of her pulse. I find myself watching the steady rise and fall of her chest, fascinated by the proof of her breath. Remy is alive. Remy is here before me. Remy is alive. My brain can't seem to jump any further than these same two thoughts, cycling over and over in a loop. Are you real? I hear myself ask in a shaky voice. She stares at me with those guilty eyes. Why are you here? You lived? You didn't... How long have you been here? The questions flow out of me, uncontrolled, the pace coming faster and faster with each one. It's a year's worth of questions, bubbling out all at once. She doesn't answer any of them, just grows paler and paler. It isn't until I see her tremble that I realize it's too much. I take a step back, caught off guard by her reaction. Why is she looking at me like that? To find out that Remy is alive is the best news of my life, but I've hit an incredible high followed immediately by a crushing low. She looks almost... afraid of me? There's something else in her expression, something I can't quite put my finger on. Guilty? Embarrassed? But why would she be embarrassed to see me? Why does she look as if she dreads talking to me? Why isn't she throwing her arms around me, happy to be reunited again? Remy, I'm so happy you're alive, I try. I take a step closer, ready to initiate the gesture. She steps back, eyes going wide, and looks around to see if anyone is watching. It feels like a slap in the face. Does she not want to be seen with me? I know her parents never approved, but... Remy, please at least talk to me. What happened to you? I trail off, not sure what the rest of that sentence is. I missed you. I love you. But she doesn't seem to return either sentiment. I end up clamping the words down. I'm okay, Agrish, she says in a quiet voice. I came here and I've been doing all right. You don't need to worry about me, okay? But... I reach blindly for the right words, lost. I never in a million years imagined finding her again. Even more, I never imagined that she'd respond like this. Don't you remember what we were? How great it was? How can you stand there like I'm some stranger you barely know? She turns her back on me, starting to walk away. I have work to do. I can only watch, dumbfounded. When my senses return, I hurry to follow her down the row of plants. She walks a little faster. Remy, come on, please, I say, hating the pleading tone in my voice. I'm begging for the attention of someone who seems to hate me. Where did this hatred come from? Does she blame me? We have to talk, I blurt out. Maybe I can explain to her that it was my uncle who destroyed her home, that I had nothing to do with it. Maybe I can tell her that I got the revenge she deserved. With her back still turned toward me, she shakes her short brown hair. No, we don't, she replies curtly. Remy. I grab her elbow once more, making her stop, making her listen. Turning her to face me, I steel my face to let her know I'm serious. Remy, I'm not just going to go away. You have to at least talk to me. I have work, Agrish, she replies with a frustrated sigh. I don't want everyone looking at us. Then we'll talk later, I insist. She hesitates, but finally nods her agreement. Okay, fine. Later. But only when I'm ready, okay? I'll find you. I nod, breathing a loud sigh of relief. Every muscle in my body has been tensed, waiting for this response, and I can feel them all loosen and give way. I can wait, I agree. I've waited this long. I let go of her arm. She jerks it away as though touching me burns her. Then she tears off, jumping over the row of plants to get far away from me. It isn't until she's nearly on the other side of the field that she finally looks over her shoulder, as if to confirm that I'm still where she left me, that I haven't followed her again. Her eyes are wary, distrustful. I meet her gaze and she quickly looks away again. I wonder if she knows that it was my uncle that destroyed her clan. If she does, how do I make it up to her? I already killed him for what he did, but I suppose she doesn't know that. How can I tell her if she won't even talk to me? And what if that isn't enough?
Chapter 11. Remy. I do everything in my power to avoid him for the next 2 days. There's no small amount of guilt attached to my decision to hide away. I did, technically, promise I would meet with him, and I know I'm just delaying the inevitable. The problem is that I said I would meet with him when I was ready, and I never seem to get there. I still can't decide just what it is that I want to do. The idea of admitting Tara's parentage terrifies me, but lying feels wrong. When he wasn't here, when no one was asking, it was easy. Now it feels like a reckoning that I'm just not ready to face. The only problem is that Agrish does not seem willing to wait patiently. He keeps popping up everywhere I go, as if he's found out all the places I frequent. I can't decide if it's a coincidence or deliberate. I don't bother to ask. I just flee the second I catch sight of him, every time. Not today, Agrish, I mutter to myself, doing an about-face when I spy him outside the canteen. I quickly change plans, deciding to go pick up Tara early from the daycare instead. I can eat at home later. Luckily, he doesn't seem to know anything about the sitter. He never shows up there. Whoever he's getting his information from, they clearly haven't mentioned Tara, thankfully. Still, I decide to take a long, meandering route on my way to Boula's to pick up Tara. If, by chance, he sees me, I don't want to lead him right there. I wander in circles for a while, trying to ensure no one is following. Popping out of a narrow pathway between two storefronts, I make a sharp turn left. Just past the store is an old warehouse, blocks away from the daycare. Anyone watching me right now would certainly be baffled, and that's the point. But it turns out that I'm the one who is baffled when Agrish suddenly emerges from the side of the warehouse. I can feel my heart constrict, tight and painful in my chest as our eyes lock. I'm trapped. "How did you get here?" I demand, realizing too late that my words nearly give me away. I don't want to admit that I saw him outside the canteen 20 minutes ago, or he'll know that I've been avoiding him. Somehow I have a feeling he knows. Still, I don't want to come right out and admit it. I promised that I would talk to him, and instead I'm slinking all over the base playing hide and seek. "We need to talk," he insists, not bothering to answer my question. There's an urgency on his face, begging me not to turn him away again. I stare at him for a moment, feeling myself falter. I'm still not ready, but I know that he's right. And the pitiful expression he wears pushes me over the edge. "Fine." I finally acquiesce with a sigh. "But not right now." His face lights up at the first word, and then immediately falls at being told to wait again. I can't even really blame him, as I've been stringing him along for the last 2 days already. "I have errands to run. Besides, there's too many others around," I point out, my eyes darting around. Even though this section of the base is less crowded, there's a lot of activity during the current lunch hour. It's definitely not the right time for a private conversation, which is what this needs to be. "I'll meet you right here, after lunch," I promise. He eyes me warily, looking reluctant to accept the offer. "Today?" he demands. "Today? After lunch?" I wince a little, knowing that I deserve that. "Yes," I agree, trying to keep my voice even and confident. "Today, after lunch." He still looks skeptical, prompting me to add one final statement. "I promise." It's his turn now to sigh. "Fine," he agrees. I pretend that I don't hear the disappointment in his voice. I stop briefly at the daycare, making sure that they can watch Tara a bit later than normal. There's exactly no chance that I will bring her with me when I talk to Agrish. Luckily, no one minds at all. That takes at least one worry off my mind. I end up stopping at the canteen for lunch after all, now that there's really no point in avoiding Agrish. My stomach is full of knots, and I can barely eat. What I do manage to force down seems tasteless. Still, I pick at it for as long as I can, dreading what comes after lunch. Every second I sit here staring at my plate is 1 second that I don't have to deal with Agrish. When my nerves get too bad to put it off any longer, I throw out my tray in frustration. I walk nervously back to our agreed meeting place, adrenaline and fear pumping through my blood. Waves of dizziness and nausea start to creep up as I get closer, making me wonder if I can get through this at all. I pause in the middle of the street, taking a deep breath. The cool air grounds me somewhat. I focus on breathing in and out until I feel my heart rate begin to slow to a more natural state. I feel a bit better as I resume my walk, though I'm still not looking forward to it by any means. He's already waiting outside the warehouse when I get there. I can't help but wonder if he ever left. I glance around to see if anyone is watching. When I'm satisfied, I push past the broken warehouse door that isn't keeping anything out. It's more style than function at this point, and it isn't even much of that. I wave him to follow me in before I realise that he already is. Clearing my throat uncomfortably, I look around the space. There are big holes in the damaged roof, letting chunks of sunlight reach the floor unobstructed. Dust hangs in the air, seemingly a perpetual state even when nothing is here to disturb it. The floor shows signs of water damage and decay. I quickly decide to just stay near the door, not wanting to go any further inside than I have to. Despite the run-down appearance of the building, it seems like a remarkably appropriate place to meet. A grim place for a grim conversation. "Look," I begin, exhaling loudly. "You and I obviously had a thing once, but that was a different time and place. I never thought I'd see you again, and I've moved on. This is my home now, you know?" He nods dumbly, his expression quite clearly saying he doesn't know at all. "I'm settled here. I'm happy here. I don't want to go back to those old ways. That's just not where I am in my life anymore. You were just someone to roll around in the sheets with, and that's a job I'm not hiring for anymore, okay?" I can feel the acid burning its way up my throat as the words come out. What I really want is to scream at him. "I loved you. Why couldn't you be a better orc? You've ruined everything." Because facing him now, it suddenly strikes me how much I wish he could be Tara's father, that I could trust him, that he was the sort of orc who could be depended on to not just make everything worse all the damn time. But he's not. I barely register the look on his face when I dismiss him as a casual fling, the one that looks like I just slapped him. It's there for a second, and then it's gone, so fast that I wonder if I imagined it. It doesn't matter anyway. I can't bring him back into my life. I can't let him into Tara's life. "We can be friends," I find myself offering. "We're going to have to live together, right? But whatever was between us before is something we need to just leave in the past. A fun memory." He stares at me. I can feel my heart thumping wildly inside of my chest, waiting anxiously for a response. I stare back, focusing on the gold flecks inside of his eyes, and trying not to think about how they're just like Tara's. "Okay," he agrees slowly. My shoulders begin to relax, and I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I half expected him to start yelling, and to hear his voice so calm gives me confidence. Maybe we really can make this work after all. Two grown-ups, putting aside their past to live in harmony. I grin a little, feeling awkward but relieved. My overworked brain starts to shut down all of the alarms it has been sending through my body. I can feel my adrenaline and pulse rate slowing, finally believing that I am no longer preparing for a fight. And then he says one last thing that jerks my defences back into readiness. "We can be friends," he agrees, "but you can't ignore me or hide from me anymore. No blowing me off, that isn't friends." My mouth drops open slightly as I stare at him in surprise. To be honest, I hadn't expected that. Friends is what you always say to an ex, and it's basically understood that it's a code. We'll be cordial, we'll be polite, we won't drag others into our drama. I was offering him friends. Why in the hell does he want to be actual friends? Who is friends with their ex? What kind of twisted game is this? I clamp my mouth shut, nodding my agreement. Yeah, okay, sure," I stammer out. I force another uncomfortable smile and hurry out of there before he can surprise me with anything else. "See you around, Agrish," I call distractedly, unconvincingly. When I'm safely outside, I practically run. I'm not even paying attention to where I'm going. That hardly seems to matter, as much as just getting as far away as possible. I never run fast enough to get rid of the questioning voice in my head. Did I just make things a lot more complicated?
Chapter 12. Agrish. "We can be friends," she says. I feel myself deflate even more. More than I ever thought possible. What a generic rejection. It isn't even a clever one. "We're going to have to live together, right?" she points out. It flashes across my mind that a year ago, this would have been a dream come true. My most fervent wish feels more like a nightmare right now. But whatever was between us before, something we need to just leave in the past. A fun memory. How can you say that? I want to scream, demand an answer. I don't want a memory. I want you back. How could it be that she's moved completely past me when I can't go a day without her being the main focus of my thoughts? And yet, maybe it's just my guilt that makes me fixate on her. After all, she was never really my girlfriend. Did I ever have the claim to her that I thought? Okay, I agree slowly. There's a stabbing pain in my chest that I try not to let her see, realizing that it's now clear I was the only one ever invested in our relationship. She said it herself. To her, it was just a fling. It's unsettling. For the last year, I mourned a lost love, but had the memory of what I thought was a fantastic relationship. Now Remy is back, but I have to come to terms with the fact that I never had the partner I thought. I reflect on this a moment, and it doesn't take long to reach one certain conclusion. I'm glad that Remy is back in any case. I'm glad to have her in my life, whatever that looks like. Maybe friends is better after all. But I want real friends. I don't want to lose her again. Not when I just found her. I'll take what I can get. We can be friends, I agree. But you can't ignore me or hide from me anymore. No blowing me off. That isn't friends. Her mouth drops open, surprised at my demand. For a moment, I wonder if I am being selfish. Why do I want to be friends with her so badly if she can't even stand the sight of me? I guess I can't accept that I've truly lost her forever. I thought I could win her back when I explained that I had no involvement in what happened to her old base, that she'd forgive me when she heard all I went through for her. She doesn't even care about that. It doesn't seem as if she blames me at all. I'm just not important enough to make room in her life for these days. That stings more. At least if she hated me because of what happened in the past, I would understand. Learning how little I must have ever meant to her feels like a much lower, completely unexpected blow. Yeah. Okay, sure, she stammers. She smiles at me uncomfortably and then hurries out of the warehouse as if it's on fire. I follow her to the doorway, hating how much her reluctant agreement thrills me. It's better than nothing. But it's not lost on me how pathetic that is. She pushes open the door and then glances up and down the street, as if to make sure no one can see us leaving together. My temper finally flares up at this latest display, and I barely control the urge to yell. Is she really that embarrassed to even be seen near me? Does she think she's that much above me? For a moment, I nearly tell her to forget the whole thing. I don't need her friendship or her that badly. I have some pride, don't I? But she interrupts before I can vent my frustration. See you around, Agrish. Before I know it, she's already running down the street, away from me as quickly as she can. I sigh and move out of the warehouse doorway, carefully shutting the broken door behind me. I don't know why, considering it doesn't even latch. Habit, I suppose. I lean against the brick warehouse wall and sigh, all of my conflicted emotions at war with each other. Was she always like this? I thought she was the fire, lighting my way. But now she feels more like smoke, like all she did was blind me. Maybe there was a reason everyone said it couldn't work between us. Maybe they were right after all. Was I just a fool? Enamored by a pretty face? I rub my face, thinking back. It would be an easy answer to spare my own feelings if I could dismiss her as unimportant. A careless mistake made in my youth. But it's not true. Deep down, I know that it isn't. I wasn't just attracted to her looks. We used to spend as much time talking as making out, and she wasn't like this. I grit my teeth, glaring at her form already in the distance. She didn't used to be like this, ashamed of me, thinking she was too good to even be seen with me. Did she learn that from her parents? Instantly, I flush, feeling a sick pit in the center of my stomach. The nasty thought is regrettable as soon as it comes out. Her parents are dead. I confirmed that much asking around the base the last few days. The memory of her parents is jarring, and I feel a wave of nausea and guilt for judging her. After all that she has been through, of course she has changed. Who wouldn't be? I lean weakly against the wall, letting it support me while I absorb this new thought. I rub my forehead tiredly again, feeling a headache building. I can't blame her for feeling the way that she does. Maybe I was right before. There's nothing that I can do that will ever set this right. Too much has changed in both her and me. Maybe in another world, we would have had a chance to make things work between us. But not this one. No matter what we had between us, there was always just too much in the way. Maybe it is selfish to hang on to her when she obviously wants to go. Perhaps it's time. Time to move on, to let her go. To put it behind both of us. I walk slowly away from the warehouse, trying my best to not look as miserable as I feel. 3 days go by, and I really do try. I try to forget her, but I just can't. I can try to pretend that what we had doesn't matter, but I can't make myself believe it. I know, of course, that I can't force her to care as much as I do, so I content myself with observing her from afar. I don't interfere in her life. I don't demand that she make time for me. I let her be. I just exist at a distance, making sure that she's safe, that she's happy, that she's okay. That's all I really wanted anyway. I'd hoped I could be part of that, but I'll settle for this. I've started to learn her regular routine, at least during the times that I am free. I see her out and about in a rather predictable pattern. I never see her leave for work in the mornings, as I have my own morning training then. I'm also busy doing patrols after lunch. But other than that, we cross paths often, and I remember each and every time. I run into her at the canteen several times, as we both like to eat lunch there. Sometimes she is with friends from work, sometimes she is alone. I smile politely, but don't force myself on her. It's like she said, I remind myself. You have to learn to live together. She usually turns the other direction as soon as she sees me. I pretend not to notice, even though it stings. And I'm not doing anything beyond simply being here at the base where I live. For someone who said we needed to learn to share the base, she's not making much of an effort. If anything, I am doing a better job than I expected. When we left our conversation, I told her that I wanted friendship to mean that we could talk and spend time together. She's the one who agreed, even if she's certainly not acting like it now. I'm not coming to collect on either of those promises, even though it's hard not to. I'm just existing on the same base as her, stealing glances and smiling hello. If she ever seemed even the tiniest bit willing to see me, maybe I would try to take it one step further. At least invite her to lunch with me or ask her on a walk. But she always seems so horrified when I'm anywhere nearby that it turns out to be easy and painful to remember my role in her life. That is, that I don't have one. Not anymore. But there's something more to it, something that isn't just pure disgust. She gets anxious at the sight of me, nervous and fretful. I'm slowly trying to make my peace with the fact that she doesn't like me the way that I like her. I just can't help thinking it's more complicated than that. She doesn't act indifferent to me. She acts like she's hiding something.
Chapter 13. Remy. It's been a few days since Agrish and I struck our uneasy truce. I promised him friendship, not friendship. That means, according to him, I can't ignore him or shut him out anymore. I've been skirting the edges of that agreement, because the simple fact is that I don't want him to know about Tara. I've started hardly taking her anywhere in public. I never know where he might be. When I'm alone, speaking to him is already nerve-wracking. But I can't risk Tara. He's not easy to avoid either. He seems to pop up everywhere I am, and I can't get rid of the little voice in the back of my head that wonders if it's a coincidence or deliberate. Is this crazy orc really stalking me? You want to stop at the canteen for lunch? Danny asks. I worked a little bit longer in the field today, getting dismissed at the same time that the full day workers break for lunch. I think it over as I wipe the sweat from my eyes. Maybe that's what I need to calm my nerves, some time with a friend. Sure, I agree, already feeling the churning in my stomach that seems to follow me everywhere these days. What if Agrish is there? It's okay, I remind myself. You can face him. Tara's with the sitter. The reminder doesn't make me feel much better. With or without Tara, running into Agrish is the most uncomfortable, anxiety-producing sensation. I hope I get used to it before my hair starts falling out. Sometimes I think I'm close to the latter, but nowhere near the former. I take a drink from my canteen, hoping it will calm me down. Danny empties the weeds in her basket into the compost pile and then helpfully takes mine. I flash her a grateful smile and then hurry to grab both empty baskets. I add them to the stack, wanting to do my share of the cleanup. We begin the trek from the field toward the centre of the base, chatting idly about whatever crosses our minds. I know I'm not being the best conversationalist, and the truth is that about 90% of me is still distracted by thoughts of Agrish. The remaining 10% is hardly an entertaining companion, but Danny perseveres, bless her. We're a few blocks from the canteen when I see him. I shake my head at first, thinking I've invented some kind of hallucination by thinking about him so much. But no matter how much I try to shake the sight away, he's still there, taunting me. He looks right at me. From a distance, our eyes meet, and I freeze. There's a strange pause as we stare at each other, and I try to figure out what to do next. My first thought is that he's busy with his patrol group. At least maybe he'll leave me alone. I know I promised not to ignore him, but I'm also not quite ready to meet him with Danny here watching. Danny hesitates at my side, noticing the change. Is something the matter? I turn to her voicelessly, my brain too crippled by my own anxiety to formulate a response. That orc is always looking at you, she whispers, a little lower. She gestures to Agrish, and I suddenly realise that perhaps nothing between us is as discreet as I thought. I've been operating under the assumption that I'm concealing our awkwardness, when actually the rest of the base sees it plain and clear. They're just too polite to mention it. Is everything okay? She asks again, a worried tone creeping into your voice. I noticed it up in the fields too. Whenever they come by doing their patrols, he's watching you. Do you know him? She chews her lip nervously and looks at me for confirmation. Normally her concern would be touching. Human women have to look out for each other, even here on the base. The Burning Sun clan is extremely kind to human women, much more than many other clans. But we are the weakest of the bunch by far. If I had a problem with a male orc harassing me, I could go to Loki for help. I have no doubt that he would support me and do whatever was necessary. The clan as a whole tolerates no mischief of that sort. But there's always those stray wildcards in the bunch. The ones you couldn't necessarily anticipate being a hazard until it's too late. And that's why us women stick together. In this moment, however, I'm too upset for her support to register. And it's so much more complicated than any of that. He's not a random, creepy orc. He's the father of my child. Except I can't tell anyone that. No, I blurt out. I shiver suddenly, feeling the cold sweat on my skin. I can't breathe. Is this a panic attack? No, of course I don't know him. Why would I know him? Do I seem like the type of woman who goes out cavorting with every random orc who shows up at this base, Danny? I snap. A small part of my brain is alert enough to realise that I'm just making things worse. Couldn't I admit that I met him once before? Acknowledge that he is my ex? It's one thing to keep Tara my secret. I'm adding secrets to the list this way. When is it too many to keep up with? But if I admit that he's my ex, someone might put it together and realise that he's the father. I can't risk that. And if I'm being honest, there's a part of me that's worried about being judged. Not just me. I made the mistake after all. But what will it mean for Tara if she grows up with everyone knowing her father was a rebel? Danny, of course, can't read my racing mind. She just looks at me, wide-eyed and baffled. I feel a twinge of guilt for yelling at her. Danny doesn't deserve that. I try to convince myself to take it down a notch, to just calm down. But my heart is racing so fast that it's impossible to relax. Danny sees right through me anyway. Her eyes narrow curiously. What happened, Remy? She demands. Something's going on. I thought he was just being weird. But you know something. Do you need help? No, I snap again, too quickly. No, I don't want help, Danny. Would you just butt out of it? Nobody asked you to get involved. The concern slips away, replaced by hurt. She looks wounded. In her eyes, there's a betrayed expression. It stokes the flames of my guilt, forcing me to take a deep breath. I'm sorry, I begin. Tara's been very demanding these days. She isn't sleeping well and that keeps me up. I'm tired and cranky, but I shouldn't take it out on you. Danny nods slowly, but she looks unconvinced and not quite satisfied. Look, Remy, I'm not trying to pry, she says tentatively. There's a note of hesitation in her voice now that pinches at my heart, realising that I'm the reason it's there. I just think there's something going on here you're not telling me. It's your business and that's fine, she adds hastily. But if you need help, you need to talk to someone. I'm worried about you. I let out a sigh of frustration. The worst part is that I know she's only concerned, and I shouldn't be punishing her for that. It's kind. Why am I treating her so badly for it? Because you did a bad thing with a bad orc, and now you're trying to cover it up and lash out at everybody else. You don't want them knowing you're bad too. I know, Danny. I appreciate it. But I'm okay, really. I do my best to flash her a convincing smile, even though I feel sick to my stomach. She eyes me skeptically and then just shrugs her shoulders in response. It's her way of admitting defeat. I think I'm going to go home, I announce. I'm going to pass on lunch. Maybe I can fit in a nap before I pick up Tara. I lower my voice for the last part, making sure Agrish can't overhear. The patrol seems to have moved on, however, and he's nowhere in sight. Danny's mouth opens and closes as she debates saying something more. Finally, she lets out her own sigh. Okay, she replies simply. I hope you feel better. She puts one hand on my arm, briefly, an unspoken gesture that says so much. I smile weakly and hurry off before I can start crying. I have to do something. Agrish and I have to work something out, something better than what we have. His presence here sets my nerves on edge. I can't go on like this. I'm not eating. I'm not sleeping. I'm at a constant level of increased stress and anxiety, and it's making me sick. And now it's affecting my relationship with everyone around me. These are my friends, my co-workers, my clan. I can't just go around alienating everyone who is trying to support me and Tara. I need them, and they've been nothing but kind and helpful. Danny doesn't deserve the nasty response she got. No one does. I have to figure out a way to get through this. Remy! A familiar voice calls out behind me. I freeze, feeling my heart leap into my throat. Turning around slowly, I can feel my whole body tense up. My heart starts pounding again. I swallow hard, thinking I might actually throw up this time. Hi, Agrish, I reply. My voice shakes so much I barely recognise it as my own. It seems fitting somehow. These days I barely recognise myself in a lot of ways.
Chapter 14. Agrish. I follow her from a distance. My heart and mind war with each other, a part of me knowing that I should just leave her be. If she wanted to see me, she would. But my heart wins out, making alluring excuses for my behavior. I won't disturb her. I won't interfere with her life. I just want to check up on her, make sure that she is safe and happy and healthy. I spent so long thinking that she was dead. It's hard to let go of my duty to protect her. For a year, I felt guilty about failing. Even if she doesn't want me in her life anymore, it's hard to just walk away. I don't think I can take any more guilt. Maybe someday, there will come a time when I stop caring, let go of the obligation that I feel. But that day is not today. So I pretend to be minding my own business, acting as though I'm part of the patrol. I watch her observantly from down the street. I'm pretty sure that she's going home. I tell myself that I'll just make sure she gets inside safely, and then I'll leave her in peace. It might sound crazy, and a part of me wonders if I've officially crossed the line into stalker behavior. But it calms my heart somehow, every time that I can remind myself that she's alive. She's okay. I feel a compulsion to do everything I can to keep it that way, and I can't seem to deny it. She seems distracted, and I can't help but wonder if something is the matter. Not that she'd talk to me if it was. I worry briefly about her, wondering if there will ever come a day when she trusts me with the friendship she offered. Friends would talk about their problems with each other, but she won't even look at me, much less talk to me. My ruminations are cut short as I watch her wander uncomfortably close to a construction site. "Remy, what are you doing?" I whisper, a foreboding feeling clenching at my heart. She should have enough sense to keep her distance from their workspace, but she doesn't seem to be paying any attention. I pause momentarily, freezing as I take in the sight. Then I shake away the feeling of dread and hasten my pace to shorten the distance between us. It might be paranoia, but I can't shake the sensation that she's in danger here. My keen eyes never stop roaming the scene before me. I take everything in, remaining on guard. I'm not certain what exactly I think is about to happen. I just know it's something. My worst fears are realized as I watch a human man sliding a large concrete block into a gap in the wall they are building. It's supported in the air by a sling. I watch him strain as he tries to position it, pushing it off the sling onto the wall. It's quickly evident that he does not have a good grip, and this is a battle that he is losing. His balance shifts, trying desperately to gain control of the heavy block. I break into a run before he can release it entirely. "Remy!" My warning is a mistake. She doesn't hurry to get out of the way. She has no idea what's hanging over her head. She stops and turns to face me, waiting expectantly. All I've done is make her a sitting target. She can't die on me again. Not another situation where I'm left wondering what I should have done differently. "Get out of the way!" I scream. I feel a burst of adrenaline and panic as my long legs close the gap between us. She looks up, and I see her face pale as the realization dawns. It's already too late, but she tries desperately to duck and cover her head, as if her thin arms can win in a fight against a cement block. I strain, reaching forward to push her out of the way. She tumbles backward just far enough to remain unscathed, and the burning sensation that I feel in my thigh is shockingly welcome, because it means that it missed her. I groan reflexively in pain, but my brain doesn't focus on that for long. I'm still fixated on her, sprawled on her bottom on the ground. She looks up at me with wide, surprised eyes, not moving. "Are you okay?" I ask in a rush. "Does it hurt anywhere?" I bite back another groan as I kneel beside her, checking her over. The concrete block broke into 1,000 little pieces when it hit me, and then the ground. They are scattered everywhere, but it seems like most of them have missed her. She's silent at first, shocked, but does not recoil at my touch. A tiny part of me enjoys this moment where she does not seem disgusted by me. Of course, I'm mostly focused on making sure that she is okay. I see a few small red spots, little abrasions where the debris has left its mark. She isn't bleeding, and the skin is intact, but that's not enough to ease my mind. And then she starts to cry, and I panic all over again. Is there something more? Something that I cannot see? "Does it hurt a lot?" I ask gently. She shakes her head, but can't seem to force out an answer. My mind races, knowing how fragile humans can be. She's very pale. Isn't that a sign of internal bleeding? Is she in shock? I scoop her into my arms, doing the only thing that I can think of. I'm not a doctor, but I can take her to one. I grit my teeth to silence the pain in my leg and stand. She wraps her arms around my neck reflexively. For just a moment, it feels comfortable, familiar. I could almost forget the gaping wound in my leg. But then the construction workers who have scrambled down from their perch rush to our side, and I'm reminded of my mission. They are all shouting, running around, trying to offer their help, doing their best to mitigate this disaster, but they cannot give me the one thing I really need. The one thing Remy really needs. "I'm taking her to Bonnie," I announce. My tone leaves no room for argument. I shake off the one human still trying to wrap a handkerchief around my leg. It won't fit anyway. I see that even if he doesn't, and I have no time to waste for this nonsense. I hurry off, thinking how fortunate it is that I was given a tour of Bonnie's clinic on one of my first days in Iggy's patrol. It's one of the standard stops for a new recruit, as our line of work comes with hazards. It's a given that you'll need to find your way to the clinic sooner or later. Of course, at the time, I had assumed it would be for myself. I hadn't pictured carrying Remy there. In any case, it's information I am now grateful to have, and I say a silent thank you to Iggy for his foresight. Remy is sobbing loudly in my arms. It only gets louder as we continue our trek, and I force myself to walk faster. Whatever is wrong with her must be quite serious. Listening to her cries, she doesn't seem to be doing well at all. This drives up my anxiety, urging me to hurry. I still do my best not to jostle her, holding her carefully in my arms. The pain in my leg is intense by now, radiating through my core in a way that would make me nauseous if I wasn't so busy ignoring it. I'm used to injuries, used to compartmentalizing the hurt, tucking it away in a place where it is less distracting and focusing on what needs to be done. I can worry about what's wrong with me once we know what's wrong with her. We finally reach our destination. I approach the door, trying to figure out a way to maneuver it open with the hand supporting her knees. It isn't easy with her still in my arms. The urgency of the situation prompts me to kick the door instead, making a knocking sound with my foot. Then I go back to struggling with the door, hoping that someone will let me in soon if I can't manage on my own. My desperation is ramping up a notch, making it hard to do anything calmly, which doesn't improve the situation. Remy finally begins to cease sobbing against my chest. She sniffles as if trying to compose herself. "You can put me down." "I'll get it," I mutter. "Putting you down might make your condition worse. You shouldn't be standing." "Agrish, you're the one who got a cement block to the leg," she argues. "You shouldn't be standing." "I'm fine," I reply dismissively. "You are not fine," she insists, sounding frustrated. "Well, neither are you," I argue back. "I'm not going to put you down," I declare stubbornly. There's a challenge in my voice, almost daring her to argue. She takes it, starting to squirm in my arms. It's a futile gesture as I'm so much bigger than her, but I feel almost heartened by it. At least, she has the stamina to argue. I should be annoyed, but it's kind of a relief, kind of like the old times, when we weren't so uncomfortable and awkward and cold to each other. A sliver of my brain wonders if I'm fighting to keep hold of her because I really think it's necessary, or if I just don't want to let her go again. Luckily, I don't have to answer that. Bonnie comes to open the door, likely brought by the sound of my rapping. In the now open doorway, Bonnie watches us in surprise for a moment. Me, holding a squirming Remy, and Remy, who's clearly unwilling to be held. She eyes us suspiciously, looking confused. What happened?
Chapter 15. Remy. What happened? Bonnie asks, looking suspicious. I can feel myself flush with embarrassment, knowing that this woman is about to see how I've completely overreacted. I look like a fool. How could I cry in his arms like a child? There's nothing wrong with me, physically, and I dread the moment where I have to explain that. I just lost control of my emotions in the moment, overwhelmed. When he picked me up, taking charge and caring for me the way that he did, it was too much. I've been the strong one, the take charge one. I had to be. I have a daughter now. No one has really been there for me this last year. Bonnie got me through the end of my difficult pregnancy, something I'll forever be grateful to her for. But I didn't have any friends or family, no one who really cared in a more personal, intimate sense. I've been trying to pretend like I didn't miss the connection we shared. It all came undone at his touch. It's hard to explain how, as a new mother, you feel touched all the time by your little baby. So much that you begin to think you have nothing left to give, no room for anyone else. When you get a moment of peace, you just want your body, to yourself. The touch of someone who is there to give, not take, reminded me of what that felt like. It's a sensation I've pushed aside. I've forgotten how reassuring it is and how it energizes you. It's been so long since I've felt that support that it flooded me, and now that barrier I didn't know I was building feels broken. He was my rock. We could tell each other everything. I'm filled with a longing for those old days for the first time. I've spent so long dismissing them, pushing them behind me. But I also can't forget why. We can't go back to the way things were. That is over, and I have a different vision for my life now. I have Tara. She's the reason I built that wall. I need to focus on giving everything I have to her, the way that I have been all along. I can't get sucked into this again. I can't afford to. She can't afford for me to. I have to stay strong and not let myself get tempted, no matter how nice it felt, having him support me in that brief moment. Agrish jumps in hurriedly to explain, but Bonnie cuts him off. She quickly steers the conversation back to me. I shake my head, realizing that there's silence and they're both looking at me expectantly. I'm sorry, what? Agrish frowns, looking worried. I wish he would stop. I'm fine. I wanted to hear from you what happened, she says pointedly. I can see Agrish struggling to hold his tongue, wanting to answer the question he was not asked, again. I wasn't watching where I was going. I was walking by a construction site and Agrish was nearby. One of the workers was overhead, and he dropped a cement block. Agrish saw it coming and pushed me out of the way, but I think it hit him instead. She eyes me, and I can tell she's still thinking about the way that she found us just now. It looked like an argument. Well, I suppose it kind of was an argument, and she's trying to decide if I'm leaving something out. That's why she wanted me to speak, not Agrish. He's convinced that I'm hurt and hiding it, I explain. He rushed me here even though he's the one who needs to be checked out, not me. I was trying to talk some sense into him, but you know how stubborn orcs can be. He reddens in annoyance, but Bonnie just snorts her agreement. Do I ever, she mutters, relaxing a bit. She glances at me, checking both legs. Put her down, she says firmly after a moment. He hesitates for just a second, but doesn't argue. Once I am standing on my own 2 feet, she looks over the rest of me. Then she turns her attention to Agrish, looking him over for the first time. Her eyes start at his head, trailing their way down. When they land on his leg, she startles, and then rushes in for a closer look. I move to look over her shoulder, wanting to see for myself. An involuntary gasp comes out of me when I see the wound clearly for the first time. I could tell he was hurt, but I had never envisioned this. There's a big gap in his thigh where the concrete punctured the skin. It's so deep that I can see clear through to the bone in the centre. In all, the wound is roughly the size of my fist, the flesh torn and ragged. I feel sick to my stomach at the sight. Slowly backing up, I lean heavily on the door frame, my knees weak. He did that to himself. For me? She pokes at it gently, examining it. Then she looks up at him, her shock evident. How did you walk all the way here on that leg? She demands. Get inside so I can fix you up. Take care of her first, Agrish protests. I can wait. I'll be okay. I already checked her, Bonnie reminds him. She looks fine. You, on the other hand. She was crying the whole way here, he insists. Something is hurting. Remy, stop being stubborn and tell her what's wrong. He turns to face me and gestures with his hand. Look at how pale she is. Bonnie raises an eyebrow, following his gaze. My embarrassment heats my cheeks once more, feeling pathetic and weak. Bonnie is kind enough to not mention it. It must have been the surprise, she offers. Not a medical concern, and understandable given the circumstances. He shakes his head defiantly. I'm not going anywhere until you look at her first. Bonnie purses her lips, but if she is agitated, she does an excellent job of hiding it. After a moment to compose herself, she replies calmly, Fine, let's all go inside. I will check her out. and then you will let me treat your leg." Her voice raises at the last part, and she stares at him seriously. It's clear that she is waiting for a formal agreement, that this is only a deal she is striking to appease him. He nods in confirmation. "Treat her, and then you can treat me." She leads us into an exam room. The entire way, Agrish is hanging off my elbow, trying to help me as though I am made of glass. It only makes me feel guiltier now that I have seen his injury. If that block had hit me, I would have died. He saved my life, and he's still worried about the fact that I might have a bruise or two. How can he put my needs ahead of his own, even with a hole in his leg? And after the way that I treated him. Agrish tries to help me onto the exam table, ignoring the way that I swat him away. He seems convinced that I am some sort of invalid. When he is finally satisfied, he limps away to rest on a chair, giving Bonnie the room to check me out. Bonnie collects some tools off a nearby counter and then begins the exam. At one point, she whispers discreetly in my ear. "Don't be nervous," she says. "I'm just giving him what he wants." I read between the lines, quickly understanding that she is drawing out an unnecessary exam to appease him. She's simply going through the motions, even though it's clear my condition does not warrant any of these extra steps. In the end, it seems like I've been given a full physical. She checks my ears and eyes, she runs her hand over my spine, and she even tests my reflexes. She writes notes about my pulse and heart rate, and at least mimics taking careful notes of each thing. The last step is rubbing a salve onto the 2 tiny abrasions on my arm and putting an oversized bandage across them, as if a bigger bandage proves her hard work. In any case, it seems to be enough for Agrish. He finally complies with her examination of him, letting her do what she needs to do. I watch her picking little bits of cement out of the hole in his leg. "Is it going to be like that for long?" I ask. Bonnie shakes her head, but doesn't look away, still focused. "Orcs heal quickly," she reminds me. "Can we speed it up at all?" I insist. I'll do anything to relieve my guilt, and I think I'd feel better if she gave me a job. A nursing duty, any clear task that makes me feel useful. She's biting her lip, her steady hand focused on cleaning the wound. As she pulls another small chunk of cement out and drops it in the wastebasket, she finally turns to look at me. "Really, this isn't much for an orc," she assures me. "I know it looks bad. To you or me, it would be. He'll be fine soon." She sprays the wound with a liquid, rinsing it out. Then she packs the hole with gauze, taping a large fabric bandage over to hold it in place. I watch her, wincing as I think about how painful it looks. "Don't get it wet," she begins, running down a list of do's and don'ts. She ticks each item off on her fingers. I do my best to listen intently, even though I know she's talking to Agrish. Then Bonnie excuses herself, going to fetch some more of the solution she used and more bandages. We stare at each other in an awkward silence, and I find myself unsure of what to say next. A simple thanks for saving my life is hardly enough, though I do manage to get that out. Still, I know that I owe him more. How can you ever repay someone for something like that?
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprathika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 16. Agrish. "Thank you," Remy says softly. I shrug, not sure of my response. She's made it obvious that she doesn't really want me in her life. Now that the danger is past, I find myself floundering again, not sure of my role. Finally, I settle on an innocuous, harmless response. It's nothing. I've had worse pain. This one will heal on its own. No big deal. Too late. It occurs to me that my innocent answer might be anything but. Though I don't mention it, the worst pain that I've ever felt was when I thought she was dead. That's the sort of pain that makes you prefer a flesh wound. Skin heals. Hearts don't. At least mine doesn't. I don't voice any of this. I have no desire to make her feel guilty. That's all in the past. Maybe someday we really can be friends like she promised. But harping on all that we've been through is counterproductive to either of us moving forward. We've both hurt a lot over this last year. We both take a share of that blame. There's nothing left to gain by rehashing it, over and over. A flicker of guilt flashes across her face. I wonder if she can read my mind, if she knows the words I didn't say. It wouldn't surprise me. She's always known me better than anyone else. Or maybe that connection is a thing of the past, too. Maybe she just feels bad about my leg. No more, no less. I can't tell if I'm relieved or sad, to think she may no longer intuitively know my innermost thoughts. I'm ready to go, I declare, standing abruptly and putting an end to my negative reflections. Her eyebrows raise in surprise, and she hurries to slide off the exam table as well. You need the bandages and disinfectant Bonnie has, she reminds me. Remember, she told you to flush it out and change the bandages every 4 hours for the first day. I know, I grumble back good-naturedly. Remy comes to stand beside me. She went out there to get it, right? I point out. I'm saving her a few steps. She nods, sliding her hand into my own. I look at her in surprise, and she seems to remember herself in that moment. She yanks her arm back as if she touched a snake, and not just my hand. I clench my teeth, trying not to frown. The way she jerks at even the slightest touch nearly rips me in two, but I don't want to show her that. I have some pride left, at least I think. I never, in a million years, would have guessed things would be like this between us. Every time she acts like this, it's like being doused with ice water. A constant wake-up call in case I ever manage to forget that the new Remy hates me. I push my way out into the clinic hallway. She follows a few steps behind, and I do my best to just ignore her. Instead, I find Bonnie and claim the little pouch of medicine and bandages that she has prepared for me. Remy never leaves my elbow, even though I can't understand why. We bid Bonnie goodbye, and I make my way outside. I'm certain Remy will leave then, even if I expected her to be gone already. But she doesn't run the way that she normally does. This time she hesitates, obviously unwilling to leave. I furrow my brow, trying to understand what she could possibly want. We stand in front of the door of the clinic, eyeing each other uneasily. She's stiff, her shoulders tense, and it's clear that there's something on her mind. I raise an eyebrow expectantly, silently urging her to spit it out. What can I do to thank you? She finally stammers out. Her nervousness is evident. I can only stare at her, speechless. It's obvious what I want to say. Is she acting dense on purpose? And then it occurs to me that's why she's nervous. She feels as though she owes me something, but she also knows what she's opening herself up to. I'm obviously still in love with her. I don't want it that way, though. I don't want to plead for her affection. I don't want to force my company upon someone reluctant to have it, especially not when it's only guilt that makes them agree. I love her, and that's why, with my very next words, I let her off the hook gracefully. It's nothing, I assure her, unwilling to ask for something that she doesn't have in her to give. I did it to save you, but I'd do it for anyone, I add hurriedly. You know, any human in danger. Nothing special. I just knew I could take it better than you. No big deal. Her eyes cloud, looking almost hurt. I could practically scream in frustration, wondering what she wants from me. I'm not supposed to love her, I'm not supposed to dismiss her. I'm not supposed to treat her like everyone else, but I'm also not supposed to treat her special. What else could be left? She bites her lip, looking thoughtful. I wave and start turning to leave, considering the conversation complete. I've given her the out and pardoned her guilt complex. Suddenly, she blurts out one last statement behind me. "Do you want to have dinner tonight?" I freeze, turning back to face her slowly. For a moment, I wonder if my ears have deceived me. "What?" I finally prompt her warily. She begins to ramble on, more nervous than ever. "I was just thinking, you did save my life and I want to do something for you. I know dinner isn't really the same thing. It's just dinner, but at least it's something. And maybe I could kind of, keep you company in case your leg hurts. Just kind of keep an eye on it." She babbles on a bit longer, though I'm too confused to really process the rest. She spent all this time trying to avoid me. Why would she invite me to dinner now? I very nearly tell her no. I'm still unwilling to accept what seems to be mostly an offer of guilt. But the more that she rambles, the more I sense the urgency in her tone. Maybe this really is something that she just needs to do, for reasons I can't understand. She doesn't want to be dismissed. She needs a chance to even the playing field, to not feel permanently in my debt. I find myself nodding, even as my brain screams that this is a stupid idea. But maybe she's right. Maybe we need to leave things as equals before we go our separate ways. And if I'm being honest, I just can't resist the offer. For all I know, this is a chance for one final goodbye. It's obvious that she wants us to have separate lives, but this could bring us both closure in a sense. "Your place?" I hear myself saying in response. Something flickers in her expression again, that same anxiety I usually see when she runs into me. A curious combination of fear and guilt that I still don't understand the meaning of. "At your house," she returns hastily. I don't mind, but I can't help but wondering why. She must notice the look on my face because she hurries to explain further. "Bonnie said you need to rest and just sit as much as possible. No extra moving around. It doesn't make sense for you to walk to my house and back home when I could come to you." She does have a point, I have to admit. But somehow I don't think she's telling the entire truth. There's something more to it. Something that she's hiding from me. She looks off to the side, carefully avoiding my gaze. "Deal?" she asks, never meeting my eyes. I stare at her in silence, trying to read her expression. She notices the quiet and forces herself to look in my direction. The second that our eyes meet, hers immediately flick back down toward the ground. "Dinner tonight?" she prompts again, and I can hear the way she strains to keep her voice light. There's a nervousness there, creeping in that she's working to hide. "Deal," I agree finally, taking pity on her. She scampers off, turning around once to wave uneasily. "Your place. 6. I'll bring food," she calls over her shoulder. I watch her go, and I can't help wondering what secret she has that she doesn't want me to know.
Chapter 17. Remy. It takes me a little while to find Agrish's house. I leave a little early, a sack packed with food and cooking supplies hung over my arm. It occurs to me, after we've already parted ways, that I didn't think to ask where he lived. It doesn't take long to find one of the other orcs on patrol and get directions. I hurry there, ready to unload my heavy bag. I stop in surprise outside his house, realising that it's one of the homes that was empty until recently. He wasn't assigned to a home with roommates, like most newcomers are. The clan must really value him, to give him a place all his own. I hesitate outside, the reality of what I'm about to do finally sinking in. I feel awkward and uncomfortable, and hover at the door, reluctant to knock. Am I just making things worse? Is this a bad idea? I reflect. The weight of my bag urges me into action. I tell myself that I'm just doing this to repay the favour, and we don't have to make it any more complicated than that. I rap loudly before I can lose my nerve again. As I wait, I say a silent thanks for my friend, Macy, who was happy to watch Tara for me so that I could do this. At least it also gives me an easy reminder that I have to get in and out quickly. Tara is waiting for me, and I'm only here to cook dinner. As a single mum herself until recently, Macy understands the struggle. It's nice to have a clan here that is so supportive, but I'll always be grateful to people like Macy who truly get it. The door flings open almost immediately, quickly interrupting my thoughts. Agrish is on the other side, looking eager. I feel my heart begin to race, realising that he's obviously been waiting for me. Is he as nervous as I am? Or is he just excited that I'm here? I can't help but wonder again if this is a mistake, but it's too late to back out now. He invites me inside. Chewing my lip nervously, I adjust the strap of my bag, pulling it higher on my shoulder. Then I follow him into his home. We enter a large space with an open floor plan. Half is a living room, with chairs and a big empty bookshelf. The other side is clearly the kitchen. Before I can really take it in, the first thing that I notice is that he's already started cooking. I rush over, hurriedly setting my bag down onto the counter. "I'll do the cooking," I admonish him. "You shouldn't have done that. That was my job, remember?" He just shrugs, settling into a chair at the table near the edge of the room. "I didn't do much," he insists. I glance at the counter, comparing his work against what I've brought. Reluctantly, I realise that he has a full meal already set out, and my stuff is unnecessary. I can't help but feel slightly grateful for it, though, as bringing dinner here was going to stretch my food rations thin. Knowing that I can take my food back home to save for later is a relief, but I don't say that out loud. I purse my lips, evaluating. The meat in the oven is nearly done, but the vegetables still need to be boiled. "Do you have a pot?" I ask over my shoulder, as I finish chopping up the vegetables that he already started. He stands up to fetch it and brings it to the counter beside me. I work busily for a while, chopping, dicing, and dropping things into the pot. I'm so focused on my task that it takes several minutes before I feel his eyes on me. I glance up uncomfortably and notice him leaning against the wall, arms folded. He says nothing, even when our eyes meet. I clear my throat awkwardly. "You don't have to stay here," I offer. "Go, do whatever you'd normally be doing. If I need anything, I'll come find you." He doesn't budge. I can feel my cheeks heat up, very aware now of his gaze. Why is he looking at me like that? I try to ignore it and concentrate on the food that I am preparing, realising that I've put an uncut potato into the pot. I shake my head to clear it, pulling it back out to correct my mistake. Adding water, I set it to boil over the stove. When the vegetables begin to soften, I scrape some of the meat broth out of the pan and add it to the water, making a gravy. "What happened to you, Remy?" he asks, breaking the silence. I startle at the words, my mind racing over the past year. What happened to me? He'll have to be more specific. "I thought you were dead," he continues. I went back, and I saw your base, and I thought for sure you were dead. Couldn't you at least—" He stops abruptly, momentarily closing his eyes to collect himself. "I grieved a dead person who wasn't really dead for the last year," he declares matter-of-factly, his tone controlled and even. I can tell that he's struggling to avoid sounding accusatory, not wanting to ruin this uneasy peace we currently are working so hard to maintain. I swallow and stare down at the counter, focusing on the task instead. Each little clack and thunk of the knife as it hits the cutting board is soothing in a strange way, a pleasant distraction from the guilt and his words. "How did you get away?" he finally asks when he realises I'm not going to answer his previous statement. "Very carefully," I snap back. My knife hits the board loudly, with more force than I intended. I sigh, setting the knife on the counter. Taking a step back to clear my head, I shoot him an apologetic glance. "Agrish, it was bad, okay? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. My parents—" My parents died. My voice is a whisper at the end. That last fact is the one that I still have the hardest time reconciling. It physically hurts just to utter those words. Something flashes in his eyes, and I have a feeling that he already knew. He heard it from someone else on the base. This confirms my suspicion that he's been checking up on me. My stomach knots as I wonder for the 1,000th time how long it will be before he learns about Tara. He has the grace to at least look remorseful, and I see his green skin redden slightly. Right, of course. I'm sorry, he offers. His voice is genuine and tinged with sadness. I shouldn't have asked. I shake my head and resume cooking. I can understand the questions. You probably deserve some answers. I just can't. My voice turns up at the end, an unspoken question lingering between the words. I don't know if I'm asking him for forgiveness or understanding. Maybe both. He clears his throat abruptly and turns to fetch some flour from the cupboard. Here, he says in a hoarse voice. You'll probably need this. He sets it on the far end of my workspace, close enough to reach but still out of my way. Thank you, I reply politely. There's another long, awkward silence. I start sifting in the flour to thicken the gravy, trying to pretend I don't notice him watching me. He stands around, looking uncertain of himself, before beginning to set the table. I turn the heat off the stove so that everything can cool, and he jumps in to start carving the meat. We work together quietly for a few minutes, but I don't bother to shoo him out of the kitchen this time. When everything is plated and we are ready to eat, we sit across from each other and poke at our food. It looks great, he tries. Thank you, I reply. More silence. He takes a bite, chewing almost painfully slowly. The atmosphere is so tense I don't know how I'm going to eat at all. It isn't his fault, and I keep trying to tell myself that. Having dinner with an ex is just a mistake. I'm here now, so we might as well just find a way to power through it. I stir the vegetables around my plate, coating them with the gravy. How about you? How's life been treating you? His eyes flick up from his plate to meet mine, looking surprised that I would even ask. My heart tightens with guilt, ashamed that he assumes I don't care about him at all. Of course I still care. Am I being too cold? Or is it better this way? If I let my guard down and permit him into my life at all, can it bring anything more than disaster?
Chapter 18. Agrish. How about you? How's life been treating you? I look up in surprise, momentarily speechless for several reasons. First, it had seemed clear she wasn't interested in any conversation with me. I had given up trying, as I couldn't think of any topic innocent enough for us to have a casual conversation about. Everything I know about the new Remy is too serious, and I'm realizing this evening the stark reality that I don't know much about her at all. In the old days, we could talk for hours. Now she might as well be a stranger sitting across the table from me. The second surprise is that she asked about me, who she seems to hate. But I find my voice to offer a response, willing to try again and meet her effort. Well, I left my clan, obviously. She nods and furrows her brow. I guess I kind of assumed since you're here now. I hadn't expected that, she admits. Her voice trails off at the end, and I can tell she's wondering why. I decide to keep that to myself, along with the fate that met my uncle. I'm not sure I want her to know just how far I was willing to go for her. I doubt she will appreciate the gesture. I didn't want to be a rebel anymore, I say instead. Maybe I never really wanted to be, I don't know. I mean, it was just my clan, it's not like I chose it. My family was there, so I trail off and shrug, the word family momentarily distracting me. It feels like too loaded of a term for the bizarre relationship I shared with my father and uncle, though it is technically the correct one. Anyway, I guess I just did some growing up and decided it was time to change some things, I conclude. She smiles softly, a thoughtful expression on her face. It clears after a moment of silence as she returns the conversation to the present. Are you happy here? Do you like it? Oh yes, I agree easily. In that moment, I realized that it is the truth. I wasn't really sure where to go after I left my old clan. I was just sort of wandering around. I knew I was done there, but I hadn't planned for what the next step would be after that. She nods, encouraging me to continue. That must have been hard. I shrug again, knowing that most of the words I could use to describe that time are inappropriate now. I can't admit how deeply I mourned her loss, how meaningless everything seemed. I decide to use her own tactic, steering the conversation back into the less troubled waters of the current time. I ran into Iggy and he was the one who suggested I come here. He made me a foot soldier and really pushed for me to have a place with the Burning Sun clan. Got me the house and everything. She looks me over with something like pride in her eyes. You must really be a valuable member of the team. I can feel myself warm a little at her praise. Restrained as it is, it's the most cordial she's been to me yet. The other guys weren't really sure of me at first, I admit. Iggy's been on my side from the very beginning. He's a good orc. I'm lucky to have him looking out for me. But the rest of them have started to come around. I'm torn between not wanting to brag too much, yet also trying to find the words that are meaningful enough to explain what a home this clan has become to me in such a short time. Even in the clan I was born into, I never felt as welcome. There were some growing pains at the beginning. The other orcs were suspicious of me because of my past. I suppose being used to rather cold treatment from my other clan, that was less painful than it could have been. I could understand their hesitation, so I just kept working to prove myself and ignore the doubts. And it worked. Almost everyone now acknowledges my effort and seems willing to forget my tainted history. It gives me a sense of peace that I've never had before, being liked and accepted and free from judgment. It's hard to put into words for Remy, but I try. I feel really included here. No one makes me feel like an outsider, like I don't belong. It's nice having a purpose, something to wake up every morning for, and it helps to like the people I'm doing it with. Her look of contentment fades. It's replaced by an anxious expression, and I scramble to understand what I could have said wrong. It seems like no ground is safe with Remy. They trust you, she whispers. She looks up from her plate, her worried gaze meeting my own. I'm scared that they'll know. About us. About our old relationship. I don't want them to judge me for it, Agrish. Why would they judge you? I demand, still not understanding. I know she always worried about what her parents would think. They didn't approve of me, a dilemma that I could appreciate back then. But she's a grown adult capable of making her own choices, and these are not her parents. Why is she still hiding? Why is she ashamed of me? She looks down at her plate again, poking listlessly at the food. It's my fault, Agrish. If you and I hadn't... She trails off, shaking her head. I knew it was dangerous. Everyone warned me. And that was why I did it. Because I was young and stupid, and didn't know they were right. I liked the danger. I didn't know I was biting off more than I could chew. I didn't know how serious it was. I stare at her slack-jawed as everything suddenly shifts into place for me. It all comes together. Her hesitation, her distrust, her complete rejection. She never loved me the way that I loved her. I think some part of me was still trying to reject that no matter how many times she said we were done. She was only attracted to me for the thrill that I could provide. She wanted danger and excitement, not me. And now she's had her fill of danger. She wanted a taste, and it turned out to be too bitter for her. That makes me useless to her now, in several ways. I'm no longer a rebel. I'm no longer the dangerous, bad orc she craved, and even if I was, she doesn't want that anymore. I have nothing left to offer her. I stare down at my food, swallowing hard as my mind spins to process this new information. My heart aches, a steady painful thrum as if a hammer is hitting it. This is our last dinner, she announces quietly. After this, we go our separate ways. I nod, trying to ignore the way that my vision is swimming as I stare down at my plate. I can hear the clinking of silverware as she finishes eating, the only sound in the room. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is for the best, since it seems we never shared what I thought we did. It's just so hard to understand that everything I remember is turning out to be meaningless. How could it feel so life-changing to me then? The chair scrapes across the floor as she stands up. "Goodbye, Agrish," she says softly. A shadow passes by the side of my vision as she turns to walk away. I don't answer. I know I'm supposed to say goodbye too, but I can't seem to make the words come out. After all that she has said, why can I still not let go of her? A part of me knows that it's for the best. And yet, how? How do I give her up? How can this be so hard? She doesn't love you. Let it go. The front door creaks open, as if challenging me. This is it. The moment. The moment where I sit here quietly, in my pain and suffering, and let her leave. Where I finally give up, and she moves on with her life. But at the last second, I can't. I rush to the door, ignoring the pain that shoots down my injured leg at the sudden movement. She's still in the doorway, not gone yet. It isn't too late. She doesn't want a rebel orc anymore, but I'm not one. I've changed, and so has she. What if we can meet again? Start over as our new selves? What if I can win her over, this time for real? It isn't too late. She's still here. I reach desperately for her arm, turning her to face me. Her eyes grow wide, startled but not scared. I swoop down to close the distance between our mouths, desperately trying to tell her everything that I can't find the words for. I just need her to understand that it isn't too late.
Chapter 19. Remy. He leans down, bending low to claim my lips with his own. Immediately, something flutters through me at his familiar touch. I steel myself to resist, knowing that this is a mistake, but he penetrates my defences, the way that only he always could. He deepens the kiss. I can feel a flame that I had forgotten existed spring back to life, fierce and powerful. It urges me on, and soon I am meeting his kiss with urgency of my own. Unthinkingly, I unfold the arm that Agrish isn't holding, letting the bag over my shoulder drop to the ground. I want to be unencumbered, free of the weight and interference. It clatters and clangs loudly, and should be more than enough to interrupt us. It should shock us into awareness, if not him, at least me. But we both pretend not to hear it, even if I'm not sure why. I know that I shouldn't be doing this. Why don't I stop? The voice in my head that keeps insisting that this is a mistake is still there. It doesn't go away, not completely. I can't pretend that I do not know what I am doing, because I know that is a lie. But that sensible voice, that voice of reason, is quieted by my body. My body, it turns out, has placed a firm grip on him, despite my own best intentions. It is unwilling to let him go again. It knows that it has been waiting a long time for this, and has not forgotten how good his touch feels. It is like I have gotten a hint of something that I have craved and need more. No matter how much time has passed, my addiction is worse than ever. I have to have this, have him. Agrish releases his grip on my arm, relaxing a bit as he senses my responsive nature. His hands seem to be everywhere, running across my body as his tongue probes my mouth. It is hazardous, the passionate response that comes so naturally, so willingly, from me. Somewhere in the haze of what was once my mind, I know that this is a bad idea, but I can't seem to stop myself either. Our mouths fused, one kiss turns into dozens. Hot, open-mouthed kisses, intimate kisses that drive me crazy and scramble my senses. My skin is hot and flushed, my blood like lava. My heart pumps wildly in my chest, overwhelmed and too eager. My hands fist into the back of his shirt, wrapped in the material and pulling him toward me. He does the same, his hands roaming as though he is afraid to let go, We cling to each other, and nothing else exists in that moment. Finally, he takes the smallest step back, breaking away so that he can catch his breath. That little bit of space is enough for my mind to step back in, taking control of the situation. I take my own step back, much bigger than his, as it sinks in. What am I doing? I slap him, hard across the face, trying to make my point. I didn't ask for any of this. If he hadn't initiated, I never would have had to remember how good it was. I wouldn't have to do the impossible and turn him away. Immediately I wince, grabbing my throbbing hand. The pain is jarring, but it's enough to fully bring me back to reality. He looks shocked at my reaction, the pleasure slipping off his face to be replaced by confusion. I forgot how much tougher orc skin is than my own. Slapping still has some effect on an orc male, but it's largely symbolic. As far as discomfort goes, all I've managed to do is hurt myself. He quickly jumps into action, grabbing my hand gently. He starts to blow softly, massaging it and trying to soothe the pain. It's both sweet and incredibly irksome. "I'm sorry," he stammers out. "I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Are you okay?" Hot tears spring into my eyes. Why must he be so damn perfect? I slapped him and he's still hanging around, trying to fix things. He should be mad. Yell! Tell me that I kissed him too. It would be easier to send him away if he was a jerk. This feels unbearable and too cruel. In Agrish's entire life, he's only done 2 things wrong. The first was being born into a rebel orc clan. I can't exactly fault him for that, but I can't overlook it either. Sometimes, though, that doesn't even seem half as bad as his one deliberate crime. Trying to give me everything. It should be a dream come true, but it just makes me feel more miserable. I can't do this. I hate admitting it more than ever, especially after a kiss of that magnitude. I didn't even know how much I needed him until he did that. Now it's just going to be even harder to push down and forget. But I have to. I have Tara now. What if Tara is the subject of ridicule as the daughter of a rebel orc? What if this perfect clan that I'm raising her in turns their backs on us? What if my mistake costs her everything? I can't bear the thought of her growing up, knowing that she is the daughter of a rebel hussy. Not only will I be putting a target on her head, but she might never forgive me. I don't want a youthful indiscretion to cost me yet again. I've lost my parents. I can't lose Tara. My life is already in pieces, irreparably damaged. I can take another blow and say goodbye to Agrish, even when my heart objects. The pain is so much less than the pain of thinking I've ruined both my life and hers. There's still hope for her if I can just keep my shameful secret. This is the only way to keep her safe, and I'd do anything to guarantee that. I yank my bruised hand away from his. I don't want to admit the way that my skin tingles at his touch, even injured. "I can't do this," I blurt out. "I'm sorry, we're done." A few tears break free, dripping down my cheek. I thought I had made my peace with losing him. I thought I had accepted this, that I had understood why I could not have him. I spent months moving on, and I know now that it is for the best. But something about that kiss shook me, and I am now living through another devastating goodbye. Does this ever get easier? Do I have to do this every day of my life? He looks at me with sad, imploring eyes. "I know things aren't the same," he tries. "But I'm not the same either, Remy. Please let me prove it." "No!" A sob breaks free as I choke out the word. "No, Agrish. There's nothing to prove. We can't be together." He grabs my elbow before I can turn away. "Then at least tell me why. Remy, please." I stand up on my tiptoes, ignoring the question. The reason is a daughter that he does not know, that it is probably best he never know. I am not even sure what his reaction would be, or if I could take finding out. With one last gentle kiss, I try to pacify my breaking heart. "Goodbye, Agrish," I whisper. "This time, don't stop me." He lets go of my elbow. My heart aches at the loss, and yet I know it's exactly what I asked for. Without another word, I step outside. Everything around me is hazy, my watery eyes blurring my vision. I sniffle and blink, my back turned to Agrish, so that he cannot see me weeping. Briefly, I scan to see if anyone was watching us. I am not sure what I would do if they had been. Hiding my emotions is not an option, and I suppose our secret relationship would be obvious. I'm too upset right now to worry about that anyway. Luck seems to be on my side, however. There is no one around, no one to ask why I am sneaking away from his house with tears in my eyes. No one to accuse us of a lover's spat, not having any idea just how right they are. I walk tearfully away, needing to put distance between us as quickly as possible. Maybe when he is out of sight, it will hurt less. I doubt it. It didn't stop hurting even when I had no idea where he was. But it is the only idea that I have left right now. He doesn't move from his spot in the doorway, watching me go. I can feel his eyes boring into my back and try to hide my emotions. He stares, but doesn't come after me. I can't decide if I'm relieved or disappointed. I wait until I'm out of his sight to duck behind a tree and wipe my tears. This is for the best, I whisper to myself. I'm pretty sure I'm only trying to convince my aching heart.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprathika.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Prathika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 20. Agrish. Hello, Agrish. Can you hear me? Hodo cups his hands over his mouth and pretends to shout, imitating calling someone miles away. I'm standing right here in the training center with everyone else, but my mind might as well be miles away. The gesture at least draws my attention, and I tune in long enough to see the other guys smirking in amusement. I shake my head, trying to think back. But everything is a blank. I have no idea what I missed. Sorry guys, I admit. I'm a little distracted today. Euro snorts, picking up a weight and beginning to lift. A little? He retorts playfully. Today, Hodo adds pointedly, and everyone snickers. I walk away to finish my workout in private, wanting to be alone. I don't mind the teasing, that's no big deal. I just don't feel like keeping anyone company right now. I don't even feel like keeping myself company, but I have no choice. We're just joking, Hodo yells after me. I wave a hand to indicate that there are no hard feelings, and then finish making my way toward a punching bag. Maybe this'll be what I need to get my frustration out, I think. Deep down, I know the truth is that I'm not even frustrated. I wish I was. Being angry with Remy would be a lot easier. Mad is always better than sad. Unfortunately, I'm just sad. I'm just not willing to admit that. To myself, or to anyone else. The fact is that Remy doesn't owe me anything. The only person I have to blame for falling in love with her is myself. We started out as a fling, and it's not her fault that she doesn't want more than that. She never promised me more. I just hoped. And now I'm the one suffering and paying for it, as that hope has been brutally snuffed out. But I can't blame her for that as much as I want to. I begin punching, a steady rhythmic beat that keeps my mind off my thoughts. In this moment, it is just me and the bag. I don't remember how it has been a week since that awful dinner. A week that she has been like a complete stranger, acting as though she doesn't even know me. A week since I last slept right. I forget all about her, sweating out the pain and the loss. I forget how much it hurts, trying to ignore her very existence. How it feels like a knife is cutting out a piece of my heart every time I see her. And I don't know how much more could be possibly left. Or at least I pretend that I can forget. "Hey!" Hodo shouts as he approaches. I stop and turn to him expectantly, noticing suddenly how the training center has cleared out. Only a few stragglers remain. I glance around the space in surprise, realizing I must have been more focused on my work out than I knew. "It's time for lunch," Hodo begins. "We're going to the canteen. You coming?" I look around, determining that if I don't tag along, I will be the only one left. I waver at first, still not feeling very social. But I also don't want to be too reclusive and alienate my team. They're already starting to tease me a bit about being distracted and closed off. Hodo waits a moment, sensing my hesitation. He nudges my arm in encouragement. "Come on." "Sure," I agree. I grab a towel from the corner of the training center to wipe myself off. Then I follow Hodo and his group out the door and down the street to the canteen. I manage to pull myself together enough to at least appear presentable. My mood is still gloomy, but I tell myself that I can ignore it for one simple lunch. You can't sulk forever, I chastise myself. I'm proud of the way that I'm managing, even engaging in light conversation with the rest of the group. But it all falls apart when I see her. She's sitting in the corner, talking and laughing with the others at her table. I suddenly feel embarrassed that I thought being able to follow a conversation was such a major victory. It's nothing compared to her. So light and carefree and completely unaffected. While I'm suffering and unable to sleep, she's having the time of her life. I come dangerously close to turning the other direction and heading straight out of there. It all feels like too much, and I'm tempted to go hide in the training center instead. But then I hear her laughing again, and my temper starts to flare up at the sound. I don't necessarily need her to be miserable like me, but does she have to be so happy? Couldn't she care, at least a little bit? Something about her being so utterly nonchalant rubs me the wrong way. I know I can't blame her for not loving me back, but right now I feel like I can blame her a little bit. At least for being so damn gleeful about it, for rubbing it in my face. And that's enough to prompt me to stay right here and grab a seat. I'm not going to keep hiding out, wallowing in my pain while she's out here living it up. I guess I just need more practice at learning not to care, and she's obviously the best person to learn from. I grab a tray and some food, joining Hodo, Euro, and the others at their table. I dig into my food, trying to look as cool and collected as Remy. But I can't seem to stop looking over at her table, watching how much better she seems to be at ignoring me than I am at ignoring her. She looks well, healthy, happy. She's certainly not having trouble sleeping at night, I think, bitterly. I stab at the food on my plate angrily, letting it take the place of the frustration I feel for her. There's a flurry of activity at the door as a woman rushes inside. Everyone parts in the doorway, making room for her as she's clearly in a hurry. There's a baby in her arms and she's cradling it protectively. It's wrapped in a blanket which obscures my view, though I'm not particularly interested in her random baby anyway. Still, I turn to watch, curious. Something is clearly unfolding here, and the woman seems to be distressed. I can't help but wonder and observe. The woman's head swivels, searching for someone. When her eyes light on Remy, she dashes forward toward her. Remy stands up quickly, looking worried. She takes a few steps toward the woman, meeting her halfway, and pulls the baby into her own arms. She drops her forehead against the baby's, their faces intimately close. Then she looks up, her eyes boring into the woman. I stare at the scene in surprise, watching as her and the other woman begin to talk in worried, anxious tones. The baby's cheeks are flushed. From the way that Remy is fussing, it's obvious that the baby seems to be ill. What's even more obvious is that the baby must be hers. At first, I can't help but wonder if I am somehow mistaken. She has a baby with someone else, and she never once thought to mention it? How is this something that I'm just learning now? She lifts the baby to her shoulder and pulls the blanket down, making a shushing noise. Remy strokes one hand over the back of the baby's head, trying to reassure and comfort it. In this position, it becomes obvious that the baby is human. Remy is a mother. Remy has a baby. A human baby. I watch, a sick feeling turning over and over in my stomach. It becomes even more transparent why she rejected me last week. She doesn't want a rebel orc. She doesn't want an orc at all. She already has a baby by another man. A human man. Is this why she has no time in her life for me? Who is he? Where is he? How can she be in a relationship with someone else? My brain knows, of course, how. It's been a year. But my heart still rejects the conclusion. And where was this other man while she was making me dinner? I jump when Hodo grabs my arm. What's wrong? He follows my gaze, seeing me watching Remy. He watches for a moment as well, seeming oblivious to my tension. That's Remy. She's a nice girl, he offers. Is the baby getting cranky? I think it's sick, I mutter. Then I shake my head, wondering why that's the part I'm focusing on. Is that her baby? I demand, already knowing the answer. He stares at me with hesitant eyes, finally hearing the tone of my voice. Well, where is the father? I ask darkly, glowering at him. My voice holds the promise of violence, and Hodo hears it. He looks around at the table uncertainly, waiting for someone to rescue him. What's wrong? Hiro chimes in, noticing Hodo's distress. He looks my direction next, his eyes raking me over. He and Hodo exchange a glance, and both stand up to move to either side of me. They watch me with wary eyes, neither quite knowing exactly what's about to happen, but on high alert. Nothing, I finally blurt out. I turn and run out of the canteen, feeling like a penned animal that's about to be put down. They might not know what's about to happen, but the fact of the matter is, neither do I. I just want to get away before I do something I regret.
Chapter 21. Remy. I stare down at the little girl sleeping peacefully in my arms. My heart feels stretched thin, so full of both love and guilt as I look at her perfect, calm face. I've hardly put her down since lunch. I can't help but feeling like I've failed her. She woke up early this morning rubbing her ear, and I didn't even think twice. I sent her off to the sitter, sick as she was. I didn't know, of course, that she was sick. But I feel like I should have. Like I'm a bad mum for not being more careful. For not taking better care. What kind of mum dumps their sick baby at daycare while they go eat lunch with friends? I'm working double time to make up for it now. I took her to Bonnie straight away, who got her the right medicine for an ear infection. She says that it's no big deal, that lots of babies get them. That only makes me feel a little bit better, knowing that at least she's in no great danger. This afternoon was quite scary until Bonnie could set my mind at ease. I slowly manoeuvre one hand out from beneath Tara's sleeping form to readjust my shirt as she fell asleep after yet another nursing session. I've been nursing her frequently all day, as Bonnie says the antibodies can help. I smooth out my clothes, pulling myself back into order while being careful not to disturb her. My poor little girl, I whisper with a sigh, feeling my heart clench again. I'm starting to think that I'm more shook up by this illness than she is. It's obviously not keeping her awake. I glance at the clock, trying to decide just how long I can hold her before I need to get some rest of my own. Bonnie says that ear infections aren't contagious, and Tara can return to daycare as long as the pain and discomfort seem to be managed. I still haven't made up my mind if I can bear to be away from her tomorrow. But I'm also reluctant to miss work, as everyone here has already been so accommodating and helpful. I sigh, musing it over for the 1,000th time that evening. A loud, insistent knocking on the door jolts me to attention. Tara starts to cry, startled by the noise as well. I shift her to hold her against my shoulder so that I can soothe her. Getting to my feet, I walk from the chair in the living room toward the door. I walk slowly, purposefully, bouncing her rhythmically as I attempt to shush her back to sleep. But the knocking doesn't stop. Whoever it is, They are just pounding ceaselessly. Who raps on a door like that, but especially at this late hour? Please stop, I call. I try to keep my tone light and airy, almost melodic, so as to not agitate Tara any further. I don't want her to hear the anxiety I am feeling. The baby is trying to rest, I continue. There's no need for so much noise. The hammering finally ends. I pace across the floor, continuing to jiggle her in my arms. The motion seems to relax her. Her back slowly loses its annoyed, defiant arch, and she starts to settle against my chest. How could you? I recognise the voice right away. What is Agrish doing here? You had the child of another man, he accuses. I can feel my pulse begin to race, anxiously realising that he knows about Tara. The crying was enough of a giveaway, but his words make me suspect that he came here already aware. At least he hasn't figured out that he's the father, I think. Why? He moans. Why would you do this to me? I know how long it takes human babies to be born. You got pregnant with another man's baby the minute you left me, didn't you? There's a pronounced slur to his voice. With a sinking heart, I can tell that he is drunk. This conversation is bound to be painful enough, but that adds an extra layer of stress across me. You forgot me the second I was out of your sight, he complains bitterly. The second. And I moped around for a year over you. I come to a standstill, my tireless pacing on pause. Every retort imaginable floods my mind, including telling him that he is the father. But deep down, I know better and hold my tongue. Even if I decide this is a conversation we need to have, I'm not about to have it with a drunk Agrish. Please go home, I beg instead through the closed door. I don't have the nerve to open it and face him. I can hear the desperation seeping into my voice. Tara starts to stir, and I try my best to relax my body and calm myself. I don't want her feeding off my energy, and I know that I have to stay composed. No, he screams in response. No amount of composure will save me now. Tara screws her face up, wailing so loudly that she turns pink. I spend several minutes rocking and pacing, trying to return her to a state of calm. At some point it occurs to me that he has been silent since hearing her cry. When she finally begins to settle again, he speaks again in a more restrained voice. Where is the father, Remy? Did he leave you? I ignore him, continuing to soothe Remy. Finally, she closes her eyes, beginning to drift back to sleep. She's sleeping, Agrish. You need to go. I'm not going anywhere. Where did the father go? You're drunk, I declare matter-of-factly. I am not, he returns defensively. I only had a sip or two. Though he can't see me behind the door, I roll my eyes anyway. Then I sigh loudly for good measure. I want him to hear my disbelief. You need to leave before I call for help. You can't just sit outside my house all night. What happens when the patrol comes to remove one of their own? I don't care, he replies stubbornly. I can hear the defiance in his voice and know that he's beyond listening to reason, but at least he keeps his voice quiet. The sound of a crying baby, it seems, is the only thing that moves him. Answer me, Remy, he begs. Where is the father? Who is he? I say nothing. I don't know what there is to say. He makes a stifled noise of frustration, a growl that he doesn't dare express for fear of waking Tara again. To hell with you and all your reasons we couldn't be together. You made me feel guilty as hell, you know that? Like I had single-handedly ruined the one good thing I ever had, like I didn't deserve happiness. I can feel the back of my neck burn hot with shame. I have rightly earned this scorn. But then I look at the little girl sleeping in my arms. She deserves happiness most of all. If, of the three of us, only one can win, it should be her. It needs to be her. And I don't know how else to make that happen. The truth is, you couldn't get rid of me fast enough. You ran right off to do another man. And then you had his baby. I gasp, tears burning my eyes at his harsh words. I blink them away, trying to compose myself. You need to leave before I scream for help, I warn one last time. I've never been so unsure of myself. Am I doing all the wrong things for all the right reasons? Or do I let him believe whatever he wants? He's not listening to me anyway, beyond being rational. He's drunk and half out of his mind. For now, he needs to go sleep this off, I resolve. And if he hates you in the morning, maybe that's for the best. Then he can move on. Maybe letting him make me the bad guy in all of this is the kindest thing I can do. I'm not convinced that he's wrong. Before I can commit to a course of action, the decision is taken abruptly out of my hands. I can hear other voices, male voices, joining him outside. I scurry quietly to the nearest window, straining to see what is going on. 3 men have shown up, 2 orcs and 1 human. They make a half circle around Agrish, an orc on either side and the human in front. This is a residential area, I can hear one saying. You can't be hanging around after dark, disturbing everyone. How about we walk you home? I sigh in relief, patting Tara's back absent-mindedly. Thank goodness. Are you the father? Agrish bellows. I stiffen, focused once again on the scene out front. What the hell is he doing? He seems to be talking to the human, who is understandably and visibly confused. Beg pardon? He asks, looking at the 2 orcs with him for clarification. They are just as lost as him, their faces wrinkled and questioning. Then Agrish roars suddenly, jumping forward to take a swing at the man. Immediately the orcs on either side flank him, dropping him promptly to the ground and piling on top. I take a step back from the window in shock, not wanting to see what comes next. Has he lost his mind?
Chapter 22. Agrish. 1 orc sweeps my leg and drops me to the ground before my punch can land. I hit with a heavy thud, having been too fixated on the human man to ever see it coming. I looked at him and saw red, wanting to punish him. It blinded me to everything else. The human stands there looking shocked. I sneer at him from the ground, still more interested in him than the orc who put me there. I want to wring his neck. I want to beat his face until she'd never ever want to look at it again. What is so special about him? I can't stop the thought, no matter how hard I try. I don't want to ask these questions. I just want to beat him into a pulp. But it lingers there just under the rage. The palpable pain I'm trying hard not to feel. Why him? He doesn't seem to be anything amazing. He's not as tall as I am or as strong. His hair is a dirty dishwater blonde, unremarkable, and his face plain. Is it just that he isn't an orc? Is that all? Did she have no intention to stick around for someone like me? Was there no chance that she would ever take me seriously? Could she ever picture herself raising my child? Was she willing to take any human as a mate, just so long as it wasn't an orc? The thought is a cruel, hard slap in the face. I'm still too busy glaring at him to be ready for what comes next. It takes me by surprise when the 2 orcs team up to pile on top of me. Their weight drops, one on either side of me, leaning over and trying to pin me down. They're quick, but I'm scrambling around, making myself too slippery to get a good grip on. One shifts his weight enough that it's starting to feel like they might have me down. But there's a lot of fight still in me, and I'm not willing to go that easy. I feel a surge of anger and desperation flood through me. I manage to wrench my chest upward, throwing them off. As they try to regain their balance, I leap to my feet. Having regained a more equal footing in this fight, I charge for one of the orcs. I don't care if it's 3 against 1. I don't even care if I lose. I just want to hurt someone, get some blows in. I've lost everything, and now they're trying to take me down even further. The man should stand still and take what's coming to him. How dare he take my Remy, get her knocked up, and then leave her high and dry? My addled brain doesn't even manage to recall or question whether he's really the father or not. I've already convinced myself that he is, and it might as well be the truth now. At least as far as I'm concerned. How can these two orcs defend such a low-life creep? I feel betrayed by all of them. By Remy, by this human stranger, and by the orcs who take his side. My hand connects, hard, into the orc's gut. I can feel the vibration of the hit all the way through my forearm. "Try me!" I grit out as the other orc wraps his arms around me from behind. He tries to pin my arms to my body and attempt to restrain me. I flex my muscles, breaking his hold. Then I whip around to face him. "How could you?" I scream. I know those words are meant for someone else. Someone hiding in the house away from this chaos. His eyes are cautious, watching me defensively as though he knows he is fighting an unpredictable, crazy orc. At this point, I don't think he's wrong. I deliver another punch, this time to the second orc's face. The human runs away, and a new surge of anger rushes through me. I turn, ready to chase him down. "Get back here! Is that all you do, run?" I bellow after him. I turn to the house in disgust, as though wanting to see if Remy is there watching. Does she see how her hero behaves? Does she see how quick he is to leave her hanging? She's not there, of course. The house says nothing. I turn back, focusing on the human once again. He's already gone. Even if I want to run, want to find him and beat his face in, he's out of sight. I'm not even sure if I want to beat him for leaving Remy or for coming for her in the first place. The orcs are intent on stopping me from going any further anyway. One is in front, and one is in back, sandwiching me together so that there is nowhere to go. How could she settle for such a wimpy, passive man? No wonder she never came looking for me. She had a baby. It breaks my heart to see how easily I was replaced, a feeling that I'm not ready to deal with. Mad is always better than sad. Tonight, I want to be mad. I want to forget, at least for a minute, how to even feel sad. I scream out my rage. It's too late. He is already gone. But the orc in front of me is startled by the noise and instinctively takes a step back. It's just enough to give me the upper hand and just enough to draw my attention to him as a target. He may not be the one that I want, but he'll do. I lower my shoulder, charging forward. It hits him squarely, connecting right at the breastbone. The orc behind me scrambles to try to grip me from behind, slowing me down. But he's not quick enough and I am already out of reach. The orc that I strike goes tumbling backward, caught off guard, and lands heavy on the ground. I jump on top of him, irritated that he is not giving more of a fight. I have a lot of anger to burn off, anger that has to go somewhere. Somewhere deep in the red haze of my mind, I'm vaguely aware of pain. My tongue is bleeding. Did I cut it? Bite it? I have no idea, but the taste is unmistakable. I don't want to think of any of that. Instead, I grab the orc's collar, shaking him until his head bounces against the ground. He begins to scramble up, throwing me off him as he climbs to his feet. The other orc takes this opportunity to kick me in the side, and I splay out on the ground. It's clear that they're getting more aggressive, determined to put an end to this scene. The first one jumps in, leaning over me on the ground. He's too busy watching my face, trying to see if I will stay down and give up now. The way he looks at me, as though I am a pathetic curiosity, only makes me angrier. My leg shoots out abruptly, foot hooking around the back of his knee. He falls for the second time, crashing to the ground. But this time I leap quickly to my feet and haul him up by his collar. Fisting his shirt with one hand, I hold him in position, just like the punching bag at the training center. Blow after blow, I rain down on his chest and head, as though I can transfer my pain to someone else if I just hit hard enough. My talent might be as a marksman, but no one ever said I couldn't hold my own in a fight. He struggles against me at first, but starts to go limp in my hands. As I fight, a million unwelcome thoughts invade my mind. I pined for a year for this woman. I killed my uncle for this woman. I left my home, my clan. I gave up everything, everything. And this is how she repays me. The first orc tackles me to the ground again. It forces me to drop the orc in my hands, and a small part of my brain registers how he falls to the ground limply. He's knocked out. The last reasonable part of my brain tries to flash a warning that this has gotten out of hand, but I'm not willing to listen. The other orc and I roll around for a minute. I ultimately get the upper hand, straddling him in place so that all he can do is lay back. With a loud, anguished roar, I lift my fist to strike. But then I'm yanked backwards, away from him, suddenly and unexpectedly. I do not even have time to process who this new entrant to my fight is when I hear the voice. "What the hell are you doing, Agrish?" Iggy drops me to the ground as though I'm nothing more than trash. He looks furious. It's dark outside, the middle of the night, but the anger on his face is apparent even in the dim light. I can see the tips of his green ears turning pink with rage. "You want to fight? I'll beat some sense into you, you bastard!" His teeth are gritted, fists clenched. There is no doubt he is serious, every cell of his body looking ready to fight. I scowl, unwilling to turn back now. "Fine then, let's go." I don't care who I fight. I don't care about anything anymore. Chapter 23. Agrish. Iggy grabs the back of my collar, pulling me to my feet forcefully. "We're not going to fight out here. People are trying to sleep in peace," he warns me. "Stop being an asshole. We're going to the training center." He doesn't wait for a response, simply starts pulling me along with his fist still wrapped tightly in the material of my shirt collar. It dulls my anger somewhat, and replaces it with the very beginning twinges of shame and embarrassment. I feel like an unruly child being handled by his father. Shame and embarrassment are two emotions I process about as well as sadness, however, so I cling to my anger, blanketing myself with it protectively. I prefer it, so much that I'm willing to dredge it back up and not let go. In the training center, he drags me to the middle of the room, the same place where I fought the giant orc on my first day on the team. He finally releases me and walks a few paces away. Then he turns back, his eyes flashing with anger. "Well, let's go," he snaps, pulling his hands into fists. "You want to fight? Come get it." I charge at him, though deep down I am conflicted and confused. My adrenaline is high, urging me to fight. My heart is bruised and shattered. I want to ignore my heart and instead destroy everything in sight. But it feels like the spirit of fight has left me once I face Iggy. We exchange several blows. It's exactly what I need in this moment, to vent my frustration and betrayal. Letting it all out feels cathartic, but ultimately does little to calm my troubled mind. Soon my desire to engage evaporates. Unsurprisingly, he bests me quickly. I've lost the focus that I had before, and feel too broken and defeated to bother continuing. Iggy is a tough orc, and very good at what he does. Even under the best of circumstances, I doubt I would be a match for him. But now, I don't have the same degree of anger pushing me along. Ultimately, the match is futile, decided before we even began. I can't feel rage or anger anymore. I can't find the urge to hit back. I just feel empty. Realizing that I'm no longer continuing, he finally ceases with my well-deserved beating. He eyes me, the reprimand clear in his gaze. "You just scared a woman and a child," he chastises me. He's breathing heavily now, but his posture is still defensive, waiting to see if I strike again. His arms are poised and ready to push me away at a second's notice. "You disturbed the whole neighborhood, made a scene, looked like a complete idiot," he continues, "attacking humans and orcs." He scoffs, shaking his head. "You know how many people said I was making a mistake? Once a rebel, always a rebel. You know how many people told me I had no business bringing you here? You just proved them right tonight." He straightens up, staring at me intently. The anger is gone from his eyes, replaced by stern scrutiny. "Are you really going to blow your chance to start over like this? I wasn't wrong about what I saw in you. The question is whether or not you're going to start living up to it." I wipe my bloody mouth. I know he's expecting a big moment here, where I vow to change my ways. But despite the shame that I feel at his reprimand, I can't seem to make myself offer that promise. I can't make myself care anymore. I say as much, in short, harsh words, to stop him from pushing any further. "I have nothing to start over for," I snap. "Who's ever going to be impressed by a rebel orc?" "I was," he shouts back. He crosses the distance between us. I steel myself, preparing for another hit. Instead, he grabs both arms and shakes me. "What is going on?" he demands. "This didn't come out of nowhere. This isn't the Agrish I've seen." It all spills out of me. I don't know if it's because I think he deserves an explanation or because I hope he can make me feel better. In any case, the words tumble out, one on top of each other, a jumbled mess of feelings and my bitter history on full display. He listens intently, nodding along. Iggy is silent the entire time I talk, letting me get my story out. His brow furrows as he tries to keep up without interrupting. Not once do I name Remy, however. Even now, it seems that my instinct is to try and protect her. Iggy is not fooled, however. If I were more sober and alert, I'd likely see just how transparent my story is, even without speaking her name out loud. But I am tired and agitated and not thinking clearly. He catches on right away to the part I've left out. "Did you do all this for the woman in that house? For Remy?" I hesitate, wiping my bleeding mouth again. Finally, I sigh, feeling trapped. I see no way out, and just hope that Remy will forgive me for spilling her secret. "Remy," I agree in a low, tired voice. Suddenly, I'm exhausted. I did it for her. I would do anything for her if she just asked. But the only thing she wants is for me to go away. "I'm going to," I add. It's a reckless promise, but I suddenly see it's the only thing I have left to offer her. I've tried to convince her to take me, and that's a gift she does not want. All I can do now is leave her be, as she has requested so many times. I'm ready to give up, to lay down and surrender. But what else is left for me when I do? We can't be together anyway. She has a family. There's someone else. The pain in my heart at saying it out loud makes me wince. Even after all that she has put me through, I still love her. How can she tear me apart like this, so heartlessly, so indifferent to my suffering? There's a strange expression on Iggy's face, but I can't interpret it. I can practically see the gears turning in his head. "Who told you that?" "I saw the baby," I snap back, feeling my irritation prick up once again. I'm not an idiot. It's bad enough that Remy tried to fool me, but does Iggy have to act as though I can't see what's right in front of my face? He shakes his head but does not answer. "Let's get you to the clinic," he suggests. "I don't need treatment," I say irritably. "Bonnie's just going to yell at me for not taking care of my leg anyway." He shakes his head again, dismissing my argument. "Come on." I follow him reluctantly, a bit annoyed at what I consider an unnecessary intervention. Why can't he just leave me in my misery? We walk to the clinic wordlessly and arrive at the clinic in silence. He walks in straight away, hollering down the hall to announce our entrance to Bonnie. I find one last opportunity to voice my displeasure, but he ignores me. "You're an idiot," is his only remark. It's enough to quiet me down. Too surprised by the comment to respond. I don't necessarily disagree, but I'm not sure what he's referring to. I've done so many stupid things tonight that I've lost count. Bonnie appears then, summoned by his earlier call. "What's the matter?" she says, hurrying toward us. Her eyes immediately begin to scan me over, taking in the marks left by my fights. "When did Remy first get here?" Iggy asks bluntly. We both turn to him with similar looks of confusion. Bonnie pauses to think it over for a moment, though it's clear she doesn't understand the purpose of the question. "I don't remember exactly," she admits slowly. "She was about 8 months pregnant at the time. I remember because she had such a rough time of it. We did everything we could, but the baby was born early a couple of weeks later." "How old is the baby now?" Iggy persists. Bonnie blinks. "Well, I just saw her for her ear infection," she admits. "Tara's about 5 months. I remember because if she was even just 1 month older, I would have skipped the antibiotics." Bonnie shakes her head in disgust. "In my opinion, it's amazing that the baby's doing as well as she is. She's thriving. And after such a complicated delivery, that's really a testament to Remy. Whoever got her in that condition and then didn't stick around to help is a real piece of work. No help? No father in sight? Iggy is like an animal gnawing on a bone, but I'm slowly starting to catch up. Iggy gives me a knowing look. In my head, I'm already doing the math. 8 months of pregnancy plus a 5-month-old baby means that conception happened more than a year ago. Barely, but it's a critical distinction in this case. None. Whoever that orc is, he's a real bastard, Bonnie declares emphatically. The baby is half orc? I repeat, not certain I trust my own ears. Bonnie narrows her eyes, looking us both over suspiciously for the first time. Why are you asking? Because, I begin, a slow grin spreading across my face. I might be the bastard father.
Chapter 24. Remy. I wipe my bleary eyes, trying to focus. The chaos of the previous night has left me feeling drained. Now I have 2 reasons to dread going to work. Luckily, Tara seems to be doing just fine. She peers up at me from her baby seat with big, interested eyes as I putter around the kitchen. She had a good night's sleep last night, once everything settled down. At least that makes one of us. I was already hesitant about leaving her to go to work today, and being exhausted doesn't make me feel any better about the decision. But Bonnie assured me that there was nothing to worry about if the medicine was doing its job, and it's hard to argue that it is. As reluctant as I am to leave her side, I'm just as reluctant to not carry my share of the workload. I was already very fortunate to get the first few months of her life off, so that we could bond. And they only expect me to work half a day, despite getting the full day's share of rations. Thinking of that reminds me that I haven't gotten today's milk off the front step yet. I blow Tara a little kiss, trying to look bright and energetic. Mummy will be right back, I assure her. I pop open the front door to fetch the customary bottle that gets delivered bright and early every morning. To my surprise, there is an extra surprise waiting for me on the doorstep. Agrish is sitting, his back to the door as he waits patiently. My heart leaps into my throat. It is too late to sneak away. He is already turning around at the sound. Remy, he calls quietly, plaintively. I panic, slamming the door shut abruptly. Then I lean heavily against it as I gasp for air. My mind spins in search of a solution, but none comes to me immediately. What is he doing here? Wasn't last night enough? I clutch my racing heart, trying desperately to compose myself. With big, shaky breaths, I inhale and exhale, a last-ditch effort to stave off the panic attack that is building. Remy, please talk to me, he begs through the closed door. My heart wrenches at the desperation in his voice. But despite my sleepless night, I am no closer to knowing what to do about him than I was before. If anything, he has only pushed me further away. The guilt that I feel at hiding Tara's parentage is real and palpable. I had just begun to question whether I was making a huge mistake. And then he proceeded to start a fight with strangers in my front yard, a fight so bad that Iggy had to intervene. Things like this are exactly why I'm not sure that I should be honest about Tara. What kind of an orc behaves this way? Are these antics something I want to have any place in her life? As much as it pains me, it confirms that I was making the right, responsible choice all along. Once a rebel, always a rebel. I'll never have the peaceful existence that I desire for her, not if he's around, even if my heart will always secretly long for him. Still, I cave enough to at least open the door a crack so that we can talk face to face. Go away, Agrish, or I'll scream, I warn. Whatever Iggy did to you last night wasn't enough, I suppose, but I can have him come back and finish the job. I won't do anything, he replies hastily, sincerity evident in his eyes. He looks composed and sober, a far cry from the last time I saw him. I just want to talk to you, he continues. You're right. I was completely out of line last night. I'm not like that anymore, though I know I'm not doing a very good job of proving it. I shake my head no, agreeing with him. I lost my wits. He turns to face me completely, literally getting onto his knees in a begging stance that leaves me stunned. I found out about your pregnancy, about the baby. The idea of you having a family I knew nothing about set me over the edge. Not that it's any excuse for the way I acted, he adds hurriedly. I stiffen with discomfort, trying to hide my guilt. He's managing to poke me right in the most sensitive area with his words. Still, I don't want him to see that he's unnerving me. It's none of your business, I reply coolly, my voice brisk and detached. Goodbye, Agrish. Quickly, he anticipates my next move. He shoves his hand into the gap of the doorway before I can pull it closed. I sigh and try to steel myself to face him a bit longer. He gets right to the point. The baby is mine, right? I flush, caught completely off guard and unprepared. The more rational side of me knows that I'm being ludicrous. I've danced around this as long as I could, but the truth was obviously ready to come out. How can I possibly be surprised that all my careful lies are collapsing before my very eyes? It's been unravelling for days now, despite my desperate denial. Being unwilling to face it did not delay the inevitable. It just means that now I am staring the inevitable in the face and still don't have a plan. Even now, with the evidence mounting against me, I can't seem to make myself say the words. What I say next is everything but a full admission, if Agrish only reads between the lines. Please go away, Agrish, I choke out. Please. Now it is my turn to beg. We have a good life here, a peaceful life. I raised her alone, and this is all that I want for her. A nice place to grow up, safety, security. She has all of that now. We are okay, even without the father. He doesn't give up, trying to make me say the words. Am I the father? No. I stammer unconvincingly. My voice is weak and faltering. Remy. He persists stubbornly. He keeps his voice low, his temper controlled, but there's an unspoken warning beneath the words. He knows that I am lying. I know that I am lying. Everyone knows it. But I need this lie. Why can't he just go away? I sigh in frustration. You aren't the father, you're just a donor. With this, I am fully prepared for another scene, another reason to prove why he is too unstable to be trusted with Tara. He is going to yell and scream and break things, and Tara will cry, and I will know once again that I am making the right but difficult choice. He doesn't. He doesn't raise his voice at all. He doesn't even sound angry, though I can't fathom why. I deserve his anger. I would welcome it, if it could make me feel less guilty. It's a blessing he does not offer, instead letting me suffer a bit longer. Can I see her? He asks quietly. My battered heart does a flip into my stomach, and I wonder if it can ever recover. It's such a sensible, reasonable request. I hate myself the very moment I realise that I don't have the nerve to grant it. You need to go. We don't need you in our lives. Everything has been going so well here. For a long moment, he doesn't answer. He just gazes at me through the crack in the door. Our eyes lock, and the air rushes out of my lungs. It feels like something heavy is sitting on my chest, crushing the life from me. I cannot breathe, but I also can't look away. Please go, I beg one last time, my voice breaking. He stares at me a moment longer, his eyes serious and intense. I wish I felt hate there, but all I feel is sadness. It's worse somehow. I've broken his heart and mine, but Tara is worth it. His hand slips out of the door, and he turns silently away. Without another word, he is gone, and I shut the door behind him. I lean against the door once more, feeling the tears burn my eyes. I slide down its length until I finally am seated on the floor, appreciating how solid it feels beneath me when everything else seems to be upside down. Taking deep breaths and trying to fight back the tears, I tug anxiously at the hair on the back of my head. Inhaling and exhaling, my heart finally slows in its frantic race. But I still don't know what to do next. I know putting him off only buys me a little more time to decide. I thought I had this all figured out, and his whirlwind entrance back into our lives has left me reeling. 2 weeks ago, everything was settled. I had convinced myself that I would never have to deal with this. Formulating a new plan for the future and letting go of months of planning seems impossible to wrap my head around. How do I reconcile what I owe him, as the father, while still protecting my precious baby girl? If I haven't figured that out yet, will I ever? Chapter 25. Remy. I've been hiding behind Tara as an excuse, staying home from work for 2 days now. I keep telling people that she is still sick and I'll be back as soon as I can. The reality is that I am a chicken. I am too scared to go out, too cowardly and ashamed to risk facing Agrish again. A small part of me fears backlash and judgment from the rest of the clan after the drama of the past few days. Word must surely be getting around now. But if it is, no one arrives to rub my nose in it. My neighbours are not staring at my house with scornful looks. No one is shouting that I am a hussy as they pass my door. If they have found out about my past with Agrish, they do not seem to care at all. Have I perhaps been the only one seeing this as an impossible obstacle? Do they really forgive him for his history as a rebel orc? Trust him? Can they continue to support the woman who had his child? My parents had been so insistent on trying to make me feel shame over my feelings for him. When they died, it only seemed to confirm that they had been right all along, that all of it, had been a bad idea. No one at the Burning Sun clan seems as committed to disliking him as they were. As much as I loved them, could they have been wrong about this one thing? Am I wrong now? A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. It's a welcome distraction, as they were going nowhere anyway. I've chased these thoughts in circles for days now, and they're less cooperative and more confusing than ever. "Hurry up," Bonnie calls. "This is heavy." I quickly let her in, wondering what she is doing here. Swinging the door open, I find Bonnie with 2 large bags, one in either hand. "I brought dinner," she declares, "already made and still warm." "All that?" I can't help but exclaim. "Macy and Vera are coming too," she explains, stepping inside. I smile, not resenting the intrusion in the slightest. I'm fortunate to have good friends looking out for me. "Well, let's put it in the kitchen," I urge. Trying to be a good host, I take one of the bags out of her hands. I set my bag on the counter, and she follows my lead. Then she puts one hand out to stop me. "Unpack it later when the others get here," she instructs. "It'll stay warm this way." She wanders off back toward the living room. Tara is laying on a blanket on the floor, wiggling back and forth in the beginning stages of learning to roll over. She isn't trying very hard tonight, content to grab for the toys beside her and simply do a jiggly little dance. Bonnie drops to her knees beside Tara. "Well, you look like crap," she calls over her shoulder at me. "But Tara is cute as ever." The last part, she says in an affected tone, a soft, sweet baby voice. She leans over to blow kisses at Tara, who giggles with pleasure and kicks her feet excitedly. "Thanks for dropping by," I say, sinking tiredly into a living room chair. "I guess you came to check up on me." Bonnie doesn't look up from Tara. "If that's your subtle way of finding out how much I know, believe me, I know everything." "Everything?" I ask warily. "Everything?" Bonnie stands up, coming to sit beside me. "Everyone does." "Are you going to hide in your house forever?" I rub my face with my hands, processing her words. Though I had a feeling our secret was not exactly secret anymore, it's different hearing it confirmed. "It's so embarrassing," I wail. "Everyone knows?" She shrugs. "I mean, maybe not everyone," she admits. "But Agrish caused a big scene, and Iggy beat him up. It was going to turn a few heads. Even Loki knows, and he doesn't like gossip." Bonnie shifts, giving me a serious look. "After that, You know people are going to talk. To be honest, you're probably making it worse by hiding from it. What they invent is going to be worse than the truth if you don't just come out with it. My head flops back against the chair as I stare up at the ceiling. It's so embarrassing, I repeat. This time my tone is quieter, more reserved, simply asking her to understand. She pats my hand. People get embarrassed, you know. It's not exclusive to you. We all have our problems to deal with. The words are harsh, but she delivers them gently, and then flashes a kind smile to ease the blow. A knock on the door interrupts us. "Vera and Macy," she announces, getting to her feet. I mull over her words as she goes to open the door. "We brought drinks." Macy enters the room, holding a bottle in each hand. She does a strange little spin as if modelling her wares. Behind her, Vera lifts her own bottles higher. "I am so glad to see you guys," I sigh. "All of you." "You're just happy we have alcohol," Vera teases. "That too," I jest back. "Don't worry," Macy says. "This'll clear your head right out. I mean all of it. In 15 minutes you won't remember your own name, much less Agrish's." "I got the best stuff my husband's collection had to offer," Vera adds. She laughs, and then Tara laughs too. Everyone stares at each other for a moment, silent, and then turns to the baby with stunned giggles. "You're too young for drinks, little one," Macy admonishes teasingly, walking over to make silly faces at the baby. A few minutes pass as everyone gathers around Tara, exclaiming, tickling, and playing baby games. Then I catch Tara stretching her arms as she yawns and scoop her off her little playmat. "I'm going to put her to bed, but make yourselves at home," I offer. "You know where everything is. Pour your drinks, eat your dinner. I'll be right back." It doesn't take long to settle Tara for bed. By the time I return, the girls have already filled their plates and begun to eat, but I am not far behind. Bonnie pauses long enough to wave me over toward a full glass and an untouched plate of food they have ready for me. "Oh, thanks everyone," I say sincerely. The first thing I do is take a long sip of my alcohol, which makes Vera giggle again. "Priorities are important," Macy agrees. The alcohol loosens my tongue, and soon I am spilling all my secrets to these girls. No one looks at me with disbelief or condescension. No one seems disgusted that I would have ever picked Agrish, the way that my parents were. Of course, all these women are married to an orc themselves. Not a rebel, but still an orc. And technically, they may not even see him as a rebel anymore. He isn't. Not now that he's joined the clan here. The thought makes me squirm a little. It seems obvious now, but why did I not see that until tonight? He's a Burning Sun member now. Doesn't that count for something? Why is it enough for them, but not for me? I push it aside, listening to Bonnie talking now. "Orc men really are different from the human ones," she says. "Sometimes better. They're extremely loyal." It's a new thought to give me pause. Is Agrish loyal? Am I so busy finding flaws, trying to prove that he's reckless and irresponsible, that I'm missing his good qualities? "They only have one mate for life," Bonnie says. "I can understand why he got so upset the other night," she admits. "I'm not saying he was right, but I understand." "You do?" I ask, shocked. Vera nods. "It's how they're wired," she agrees. "After he was with you, he spent a year alone and never found anyone else," she points out. "As far as he's concerned, you were it, the one he had picked for life, whether you knew it or not." "That doesn't mean he can just shove his way in," Macy disputes. "See, you guys don't get it the way that I do. I raised my son for years without Iggy. It was hard to adjust, having to rethink everything so that Iggy could have a place in our lives. But I'm so glad I did it, because Iggy is a great husband and father. I had to be willing to give him the chance." "Yeah, well, Iggy and Agrish are different," I mutter. "I'm sure they are," Macy agrees easily. "All I know is, I spent 7 years thinking Iggy wasn't ready to be a part of our lives. When I finally gave him a chance, my only regret was not doing it sooner. I stuff some more food into my mouth, a way to escape having to answer. Macy stands up to take her empty plate to the sink. Before she does, she leans one last time across the table to speak. Give him a chance to see if he fits into your lives now. Rather, give your daughter a chance to have a father. I am silent, though her words ring in my ears. The girls do not pursue the topic any further. They return to lighter topics, letting me make up my own mind. After a few more minutes of chatting and eating, they say their goodbyes and tell me to get some rest. It is a good suggestion, but I can't stop thinking of their other suggestions. Are they right when they hint that I am not giving Agrish enough credit for his good qualities? Is a rebel all that I can see him as, because it is all my parents could see? Is he more than that now, and I am missing out? I told Agrish our life was fine without him, and I meant it. We are happy and safe and fine. After the tragedy that struck my last clan, this is not something I take for granted anymore. But what if Macy is right? Life might be fine without Agrish, but I am costing my daughter the chance to know if it could be better with him. Shouldn't I at least give him and her the opportunity to see? Tara stirs, crying out in the bedroom. I go to soothe her, picking her up to rock her gently in my arms. And when I look down into those familiar gold-flecked eyes that she shares with her father, I'm suddenly sure. Do you want to meet your father, my baby?
Chapter 26. Agrish. Right now, it's a good thing that I live alone. Because if anyone were to walk in here now, they would be horrified. It's like a storm has blown through this house. I can't seem to focus on anything productive. I can't seem to focus on anything at all. All I know is that I've made a mess of everything. My house, my life. What else is new? My mother killed herself when I was born. She took one look and knew nothing good could come out of a child like me. She chose to be dead rather than burdened with me. And maybe she was right after all. Look at me now. Remy seems to feel the same way. She'd rather raise Tara on her own than deal with the trouble I bring. Who can blame her? It's hard to argue that she's wrong after the way I've acted. What right do I have to insist that I belong in Tara's life? A father who wanders the base drunk picking fights? Remy wants a calm, simple life, and I'm hardly proving I can provide that. Well, at least I still have you, I muttered to the bottle in my hand. Alcohol has been my only companion over the past 2 days. It helps to pass the time since I can't sleep anyway. It doesn't fix the pain, but it does dull it somewhat. What do I do now? I ask, still speaking to the bottle. It does not answer, and I take another swig. The liquid burns down my throat until it reaches my stomach, which churns in response. Absent-mindedly, I try to recall the last time I ate. The bottle has no response because there is no answer to give. There is nothing I can do. The bottle knows, and so do I. I can't force Remy. She doesn't want me around. Oh, period. End of story. I love her and I want to be in my daughter's life, but I don't deserve to be here. And Remy is probably right about that. So, I guess all that's left is to sit here and decay in this lonely house, just me and a bottle. I curl up on the living room seat, tucking my knees up to my chest and laying down. The bottle stays, cradled upright in my arms. I close my eyes, letting the numbness of too much drink spread through me. It doesn't put me to sleep, though it seems it shouldn't take much by now. I'm exhausted, but at least with my eyes closed, it feels more restful, less demanding. I try hard to shut off my mind, my painful thoughts, and just zone out. I'm nearly there when a knock on the door startles me. I jump, the bottle spilling onto the floor. Damn it! I curse. That was my last one. Hurriedly, I pick it up, giving it a shake to see if anything's left. A little liquid sloshes around at the bottom, but it's clear I've lost most to the floor. Damn it, I say again, more remorseful this time. I needed that. I set the bottle aside on the table, turning my attention to the door. Who the hell is here at this time of night? It annoys me for multiple reasons. I don't want company, it's late. They made me spill my drink, and I really don't want company. I fling open the door, ready to growl at whoever waits on the other side. It dies in my throat when I find Remy there. The anger dissipates, instantly leaving confusion instead. What is she doing here? I know it does no good to think the words to myself. I need to ask her out loud, and I try to force myself to speak. But I can't seem to get anything out. I can't even make myself breathe. Then I notice the baby in her arms. Tara. She's wide awake, looking up at me with bright, eager eyes. She tilts her head to the side as if evaluating me, and then she smiles. It melts through my insides as though they were made of butter. I never knew a smile could do so much. I look at Remy nervously, uncertainly. Did she bring her here to torture me with everything I have lost? I don't think I can take it if she has. Or is this her way of showing that she has changed her mind? Remy, I begin, my voice shaking with emotion. Can we talk? She asks meekly. Yes, I agree readily. All I keep asking is for us to talk, and she keeps shutting me out. Of course we can talk. I step quickly back in the doorway to let her in, overeager. But before she can finish coming inside, I put up my arm to stop her. I remember, just in time, the mess that waits in there. 2 days of drinking and disorder have not been kind, not to mention the empty bottles and the big stain that smells like booze. This is probably not the way to greet Remy just before I promise that I can be a responsible father. Can we talk on the terrace? I suggest. She nods her agreement. Then she takes a step back, moving back outside, and takes a seat on the short bench beside the door. Tara sits on her lap, head bobbing as she takes in the scenery. I find my own seat, opting to sit in a chair on the other side of the terrace instead of right beside her. Feels awkward being any closer than necessary when she's asked me to leave her alone so many times. I know that this time she came here, but it still feels disrespectful. She wants space, and I'm willing to give it to her. Besides, this way I can watch Tara. My daughter, I think to myself, stunned. I don't speak right away, content to simply be in the presence of my child. Remy clears her throat and begins, and it's clear she's planned out exactly what she wants to say. I'm sorry that I sent you away. I'd never expected to see you here, and I just wasn't prepared. I didn't know how to tell you about Tara, or what you would do if you knew. And then even when you found out, I was just worried that her life might be harder if people knew her father was a rebel. She looks pained. I don't know. I just couldn't figure out what to do or what role you should have in her life. I thought I had it all figured out, but I talked to some of the girls on the base who set me straight. Set you straight? I echo. Yeah, she admits. That you weren't a rebel anymore. You were one of the clan. Her father is a Burning Sun member, just like her mother. Like everyone here. And that maybe even if things didn't go the way I had planned, that was okay. Better even. I murmur, thinking it over. Before I can fully accept her apology, I realize that I still have questions. Why didn't you come find me when you were pregnant? I ask. Why did you just disappear? Why am I finding out now like this? She sighs, grimacing. I don't know, she admits. What did you want me to do? I didn't know I was pregnant when... When? She stops abruptly, and it's clear that she's referring to the destruction of her old clan, but she does not want to say the words. I nod to show I understand. It wasn't like I could go anywhere near the rebels to talk to you. They tried to kill me. Was I supposed to leave a letter? She remarks sarcastically. I was grieving my parents, and it took a few months before I knew I was pregnant. I thought my symptoms were stress and grief, and never even thought about having a baby, she admits. And by that point, I didn't even know what would happen if I told you. Would the rebels kill the baby for being half-human? Would they make me stay to raise the child there? Force me to live with the orcs that killed my parents? My eyes widen, realizing that I had never thought of that. As much as I want to insist that I had a right to know, it occurs to me that she had some very valid fears. I was linked to orcs who had proven they were capable of great harm, even if I hadn't been part of their actions. She couldn't risk letting Tara be their next victim. I can't be mad. The strong, brave woman did exactly what she needed to do. She survived. Tara survived. I'm proud. You were a rebel, Agrish. It wasn't where I wanted my daughter to grow up. You just weren't a safe bet. I guess I never stopped worrying about that. She admits. I'm safe now, I promise her. I'm sorry I put you through all that, but you don't have to worry about my old clan ever again. What do you mean? She asks. I killed my uncle, I say bluntly, for what he did to your people, for what I thought he did to you. I'm here because I betrayed them. I gave up any place with the rebels forever. She looks at me with big surprised eyes. Finally, she speaks again. You did all that for me? Of course I did, I answer. I'd do anything for you. I love you. There. I have said it now, for better or worse. The silence that follows is so long it's nearly unbearable. Even Tara does not make a peep. She has fallen asleep on Remy's shoulder. You love me?
Chapter 27, Remy. You love me, I repeat softly. My breath hitches at the words, anxious and trying hard not to get my hopes up. The message seems clear, and yet... Yes, he replies firmly. I love you. The tone of his voice leaves no room for doubt. A curious mixture of emotions washes through me. I let out my breath, and my shoulders relax. There's joy, but something more hiding behind it. Fear, worry, hope. At that moment, I'm not sure which will win out. But I speak my truth anyway, emboldened by his own bravery. I love you too, I admit, tears pricking my eyes. Of course I do. Isn't that good news? He prods gently. Why are you crying? He stands from his chair to come closer, now sitting beside me on the bench. Then he carefully, tenderly, wipes a tear from my face. His face is kind and concerned, and somehow it only makes me feel more confused than ever. I'm scared. It feels like a huge confession, and I realise that my own fear has been clouding my decisions all along. Not just fear for Tara, but fear for myself. I'm afraid to love him and be hurt, because I've already done that once. Picking myself up and dusting myself off was the hardest thing I ever had to do. It was only because of Tara that I forced myself to pull it together. What if it happens again? Can I handle that devastation a second time and manage to remain strong for the daughter who needs me? I barely succeeded before, and I had months to regroup before she was born. Do I dare risk my heart again? I'm scared, I repeat, more certainly this time. I loved you before, and then everything was ripped out from under me. Moving on was the hardest thing I ever did, but I did it for Tara. What happens next time? He smiles softly, wiping another tear. There will not be a next time. I promise you that. I feel the same. All I ever wanted was you. I would have done anything for you if you had given me the chance. I still would. We've taken too many detours to get here, but there won't be another. I sniffle, recalling Macy's words. She had pointed out that I would never know if Agrish could be the mate and father that I wanted, unless I gave him the chance. And now I see just how right she was. He had been willing to leave the clan for me. He would have, months ago, for our child. We could have come here together and been raising Tara as a team. I've wasted months by not trusting him, not talking to him, judging him and assuming that I knew what his actions would be. I return the smile shakily, knowing that it's time to stop being scared. It's time to have faith in the orc that I love, and know that he can do the right thing. It's time to let go of my parents' voices, convincing me that he is untrustworthy and unreliable. They didn't know him like I do. I'm ready to trust him, but more importantly, I'm ready to trust my heart. Agreed. No more detours. I'm all in. His smile brightens, reaching up to his eyes which crinkle at the corners. Love radiates from his expression, and I know that I am making the right choice. Finally. I suppose it's better late than never. Tara is still asleep in my arms, so he leans down carefully to give me a soft kiss. It is chaste but tender, the current situation limiting our options. Still, the gesture floods me with warmth, and I return his affection without hesitation. And then, the moment is broken abruptly by Tara farting loudly in her sleep. He pulls away quickly, looking startled. I have the advantage of knowing what a regular occurrence this is. I'm not surprised at all, though it does hit me briefly how the romance of dating after kids really takes a hit. Something about the thought and the look on his face makes me giggle. It's so absurd, and yet it's the reality of my life. He eyes me in amusement and starts to laugh too. She gets that from you, I tease. It's certainly not me. Oh, certainly not, he agrees good-naturedly, humour in his voice. I'm glad she gets something from me anyway. She has your eyes too, I admit quietly, suddenly serious. Does she? He asks curiously, peering down toward her face. But they are fastened tightly shut, thwarting his efforts. I'll have to check another time, I suppose, he muses, but his face is full of adoration as he gazes at his daughter. Impulsively, I make the offer, confident that this is what my heart wants. You should stay with your daughter so that you can see her eyes any time you want. Does that mean I can see your eyes too? He asks seriously. Of course, I agree. We are a family now. A family, he echoes, his face a mixture of disbelief and amazement. Then he tries his best to brush it aside, returning to the conversation at hand. Well, which house should we live in as a family? He asks. I'd invite you in here, but it's a little unprepared for the addition. I giggle. You mean this is a bachelor pad? He shrugs slightly. Those are your words, not mine. You can come to ours, I assure him. I mean, if that's okay with you. It makes the most sense if you think about it. Tara's stuff is already there and we're both used to it, and I know that I'm rambling, but I can't seem to stop the flow of words and excuses. I'm suddenly nervous and self-conscious, afraid that he will reject my offer. So desperately, I begin to backtrack as though it is no big deal, hiding how badly I want him to say yes. Luckily, he does not let me go for long. He cuts me off with one firm interruption. Remy? Yes? I answer hesitantly. I would love to go home with you and Tara. We exchange another meaningful smile, both of us struggling to control our emotions. Finally, we're about to get what we have wanted all this time. It feels surreal, too good to be true. Well, let's go home then, I offer, carefully trying to stand while not disturbing Tara in my arms. He reaches around to give my shoulders a boost, helping me get to my feet. Then he stands as well. I start to walk away, and then pause as a thought occurs to me. Don't you want to pack a bag or something at least? I remind him. He shakes his head firmly. Number, I'll do it later. I tilt my head to one side, preparing to argue. But then he continues. Right now, I don't want to wait another second. I just want to be home with you. It's a feeling that I can appreciate. I settle for just nodding my agreement. We walk slowly back toward the house, relishing being in each other's company. I notice right away that his urgency to get home has slowed, but I do not mind it. I wonder if he feels the way that I do. That home is just a building. In many ways, this is the home I wanted to get to. We are together. That is home. It is late and dark, though there is an adequate glow from the houses that line the streets to find our way. Still, we take advantage of the need to slow down and watch our step, drawing the process out as long as we can. He finds every possible opportunity to grab my elbow or rest a hand on my back, as though I need him to guide me, and I do not argue. We do not immediately settle into the routine of an old married couple, kissing and carousing. It's more subtle, small, helpful touches, little gestures of concern. But I decide that I appreciate easing back into the place where our old relationship can feel comfortable again. It's been a long time. Those old habits and ways don't seem to fit anymore. I have changed, and so has he. I don't want a torrid romance, at least not right now. I like having someone who will lead me home in the dark and make sure that I am safe, who is watching out for the sleeping baby in my arms. When we finally arrive, he holds open the door to let me inside. Then he hurries into the dark room as I wait with Tara, fumbling around to light some candles so that I do not trip. "There's one on the table," I offer. Orc eyes see better in the dark than human ones do, and it doesn't take him long to land on it. Once lit, he holds it up briefly to see as far around the room as he can, taking in whatever the candle illuminates. This is the first time I've let him inside, I realise. This is his first glimpse, here in the dark by candlelight. "Welcome home," I say sincerely. He pulls the candle abruptly away from his face. He doesn't want me to see that he is getting choked up at the thought. I do, the candle giving away more than he realises. But I don't mention it. "Welcome home, Dad." There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 28. Agrish. I follow behind Remy as she gets Tara settled into bed. I feel a bit useless, having no real experience with children to know what needs to be done. She may be my daughter, but this is all new to me. Remy seems nonplussed, however, and doesn't comment on what I perceive as my inadequacy. It quickly becomes obvious that she's an old pro at this anyway, and can manage just fine on her own. Still, I watch her carefully, determined that soon I will pull my own weight around here. She's done enough by handling everything for the first 5 months of Tara's life. I study everything, filing it away for the future. Tara is deeply, soundly asleep, and does not stir. Even as Remy wiggles her around to take off the light jacket she's wearing for bed, Tara just lays there, letting Remy bend and twist her body any way necessary. It's really quite adorable, and I wonder if this is just Tara or all babies are like this. It turns out that Tara is already wearing pajamas underneath the coat, so after that, Remy simply positions her in the crib and blows her a kiss goodnight. She turns to me with an expectant look. "You can say goodnight too," she encourages. I begin uncertainly. I will, of course, take her up on that suggestion. I said that I wanted to be part of my daughter's life, and I meant it. Still, there's something a bit awkward about the first time. My mind spins trying to choose what to do. After a moment of thought, I tiptoe over to the crib and put one big hand over her chest. "Good night, little one," I say. I pause, thinking that it seems a bit inadequate. Something is missing. "Daddy loves you," I finally add. I return to Remy's side, a little embarrassed, but still happy to be included in these moments. I know that it will take some time to get adjusted, that all of this is new and unfamiliar territory right now. But at least I am here, and that means the world to me. Remy squeezes my arm supportively as though I've just done the most amazing job in the world. I appreciate how she chooses not to make it any more difficult, does not try to tell me what to do or criticize. She just gives me space to find my own way with my daughter. Remy begins to back out of the room, waving for me to follow her. We end up in the living room, sitting beside each other. "I guess we get some time to ourselves now," she says with a grin. "Yeah," I reply, already trying to think of something to say. In many ways, I have just as much work to do to get acquainted with Remy as Tara, and starting a conversation with a baby seems less nerve-wracking. At least babies won't laugh right in your face. Though, apparently they do fart. Something about the thought relaxes me slightly. I may not be perfect, but none of us are. I need to just stop second-guessing myself and focus on being a good father and partner. Remy has her own imperfect history, and Tara is just a baby. What am I even trying to live up to, and why am I already so certain I can't? With that, the conversation begins to flow much easier between Remy and I. There's still a bit of a division between us that can't be instantly sealed over. We're meeting each other all over again, but at least finally comfortable enough to do so. No masks, no lies, no pretending. As the night goes on, the hesitation drops bit by bit, and soon it almost feels like the old days when we could talk for hours. The old days when we made wild love with reckless abandon, and then laid under the stars and discussed everything we could think of. Recalling the memory of the spark between us before, I suddenly feel an irresistible urge to kiss her. I know that the spark is still there. I felt it the last time we kissed, even though she pushed me away after. But I want to see just how far the thrill that has always lingered between us can go. How durable is it? Has it lasted more than a year, unchanged? Remy seems to be thinking a similar thought. She trails off from her last line of speech, licking her lip nervously. My eyes narrow in as her pink tongue snakes out across her lips, mesmerized. With that, any sense of reason that I had left, wondering if it was too much too soon, is silenced. I lean forward in a trance, claiming her lips with my own. She responds eagerly, melting into my embrace as her hands wrap around my neck. Because of our significant height difference, she leans naturally back on the couch, giving me easy access to her mouth. Doesn't take long for that heat to flare back up, as strong as it ever was between us. In fact, maybe it's stronger. It's as if the time apart has left my body craving her, and I'm now desperate to finally get my fill. My hands start to roam across her body, taking all of it in. My fingertips have not forgotten her curves, but I still take full advantage of this opportunity to reacquaint myself with her form. Still, I do not dive beneath her clothes, a tiny sliver of self-control warning me that I could be rushing too fast. Never have I been the one coercing her into bed, and I'm not about to start now. I can wait as long as I have to for her to be ready. I've waited this long, but she never calls for a stop, never pulls away breathlessly to ask me to slow down. I meet her, touch for touch, kiss for kiss, not wanting to push, but unwilling to back down, either. And then when she begins to tug at my pants, it is the last straw. Are you sure? I ask, knowing that this is the last stop. I have to know for sure before we get carried away. I'm already slipping, my rational side hanging by a thread. Of course I'm sure, she breathes back, chest rising and falling as she gasps for air. I've heard all that I need. I stand, then scoop her into my arms from her spot on the couch. She giggles and squeals, surprised at being lifted so unexpectedly in the air. Where is the bedroom? I pant, already hurrying in the direction I assume it must be. She gestures with one arm, the other one tight around my neck, and giggles again as I rush down the hall. I am careful not to make too much noise, not wanting to wake Tara. With my foot, I gently nudge open the bedroom door. Then I carry her inside, careful as I try to squeeze both of us through the doorframe. I lay her gently on the bed. The walk to the bedroom, short as it was, at least gave me a moment to pause and compose myself. I don't want this to be just like the old days. A tangle of arms and legs. Two young, eager bodies pawing at each other. She deserves sweetness, tenderness, love. And that is what I'm going to give her. I begin to slowly undress her. She closes her eyes, relaxing onto the bed and enjoying my ministrations. Once her clothes are out of the way, I lower myself to the bed and begin to kiss the exposed skin. Starting at the neck, I work my way down, taking extra time in her most sensitive spots. It is slow and methodical, and I watch as her excitement grows. Soon, she is flushed and trembling with her need for more. She begs me to take my own clothes off, to give her what she wants, and I do not hesitate. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for YouTube to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. She laughs, still trying to catch her breath. If that's the case, I don't think my heart is going to be able to keep up 15 years from now. Well, let's find out, I blurt out. She tilts her head to the side, giving me a confused look. Be my mate, I add, clarifying. I can hear the urgency in my voice and I don't care. I've waited this long for her. I want her forever. I want everyone to know. I want it official. No more detours, no more outs. I'm done waiting. Her face relaxes, and she seems to think it over. Okay. I grin at her nonchalant answer. Okay? She nods. Okay. Only her eyes give her away, sparkling with happy tears she can't hold completely back.
Chapter 29. Remy. The two standing before us have had a difficult journey. Bashag speaks slowly, clearly, addressing the crowd gathered for our mating ceremony. They came together once in life and were torn apart by the god of war, but that was clearly a temporary intervention, as he has brought them together again. He sets down his staff, letting it rest on the chair in the front of the room. Then he picks up the twine, gesturing for us to hold hands according to the Orcish custom. The twine is laced with herbs and flowers, already tied and knotted throughout. The smell is strong when you are this close. I concentrate hard to not wrinkle my nose, not wanting to offend. I've attended Orc weddings before, and from the audience never noticed the smell. He wraps the twine carefully and methodically around our joined hands, binding them together. I glance over my shoulder at Tara, who sits near the front on Macy's lap. Iggy is beside her, taking responsibility of Karen. Karen, their son, is no longer a small child and sits dutifully and respectfully, causing little work for Iggy. I'm surprised to realise that Tara is almost just as good as Karen. For a tiny baby, she has a serious expression on her face, as though she knows what a solemn moment this is. She does not play or make noise. She watches everything intently, absorbing it. I almost swear that I see a little pleased smile on her face, though I tell myself it must be a coincidence. I shake the thought away, turning my attention back to the ceremony. Bashag ties the final knot in the twine, fastening it into place on our arm. Then he steps away, picking up his staff once more. With several big shakes, the bones that dangle from the staff rattle loudly. These two have chosen each other, again and again. Let them always choose each other. And now, let us have a moment of silence as we reflect on whether the war god is pleased with their choice. A hush immediately falls over the room, and the only noise I can hear is our chieftain Loki shushing his son Asher sternly. After that, it is silent, the kind of profound silence that draws your attention to how much noise there had been a minute ago. Nothing else happens. Certainly no sign from the war god to voice his objection. I wonder if there has ever been such an occurrence. Does the war god really trouble himself with such menial things like mating? I glance over at Agrish, who looks almost arrogant, as if he somehow won the war god over and has him personally on our side. I would laugh if I weren't standing in front of an audience of about 100 people. I was surprised how many people made the effort to come celebrate our mating ceremony with us today. We planned in a hurry, assuming it would be a small gathering. It's only been 3 weeks since he asked me to be his mate, but we saw no reason to drag it out any longer than necessary. Some of my work friends like Danny and Kiki are here, and of course, I knew that Macy and Iggy would come, along with Bonnie and But almost everyone in the patrol showed up, not just Iggy. Agrish really has come a long way in being accepted here, despite his history as a rebel. To think that I was worried people would not approve of our relationship, and the chieftain himself is here to give his blessing. Many of them are orcs with human partners who have half-orc children. It gives me confidence that, though our relationship might seem unconventional to some with an old way of thinking, we fit right in here in the Burning Sun clan. There is Inzo and Carissa, with their daughter Willow, Irish and Camille, and their son Forrest, Nar and Meredith, with their son Aiken, and Roz and Amelia, with their daughter Fire. It puts to rest any final doubts I had that Tara would be treated like an outcast because of her heritage. And it convinces me more than ever that this is exactly where we belong. This clan is our home. Bashag says an orcish chant that I cannot understand, and then sprinkles a circle of salt around our feet. With another recitation of the old orcish language that is not spoken often outside of ceremonies anymore, he bangs his staff 3 times on the floor. The bones rattle once more, declaring the mating ceremony over. At least for the guests. They stand up from their chairs and begin to make their way out of the base meeting hall. The reception is being held at Camille's restaurant, something that Bonnie helped us to arrange. Camille was kind enough to offer the food at cost, with the help of some of the other women and her younger sister Ivory. Agrish apparently had received some kind of payment from Loki when he first arrived here, which would cover the difference. As our guests depart, Agrish and I remain in the salt circle, still holding hands wrapped together with twine. The custom is that we stay here until the very last person disappears. We try to smile and look patient, though being stuck here unable to move is more of a chore than either of us want to let on. Luckily, no one lingers too long. I suppose many of them remember when it was their turn, and how awkward it felt. Before long, it is just us, Bonnie, Vera, Macy, and Tara. Bonnie and Vera help to carefully cut off the twine and then scurry off with it. They'll turn it into a fancy decoration and then hang it on the front door of our home, where it will be waiting as a special surprise for us tonight after the reception. The custom is usually to leave it up for a few weeks after the ceremony. But I think I'd like to leave it somewhere more permanently. Maybe it can have a place of honour on the wall in the bedroom, somewhere more private for just the 2 of us to remember our special day. Now that we are free, Agrish and I slowly pull our hands apart, stretching out our cramped fingers. Tara leans forward in Macy's arms, stretching out toward us. Instinctively, I put my own arms out to take her from Macy. Tara likes Macy fine, but I suppose there is no one quite like Mum. Much to my surprise, Tara instead leans to the other side, staring at Agrish expectantly. His eyes go big, and he glances over at me before slowly reaching for her. He's held her, of course, over the past 3 weeks. But this is the first time she's asked for him so pointedly. Now, in his arms, Tara looks over at me and blows a spit bubble. I wrinkle my nose, gently poking her belly. Now that's enough of that, little girl, I tease. Just because you want to be a daddy's girl doesn't mean you can be rude to your mother. Macy hands me the burp cloth draped over her shoulder to protect her nice dress. I use it to wipe the spit from Tara's face. She squirms away, pulling back into Agrish as if expecting him to save her. Is she being mean to you, little Tara? Agrish coos softly. Well, you know that you've got to clean up before the dinner. Look at this perfect family, Macy remarks appreciatively. Do you want me to take Tara to Camille's, or is she okay with you? We've got her. Thank you, Macy, I reply. Then I shift my adoring gaze back to my mate and my child, thinking that Macy is right. They do look perfect together. Macy leaves, and we follow close behind. The party is a lovely affair, with good food, good friends, and plenty to drink. Tara is a hit, and everyone wants to take a turn holding her. I'm not surprised. She is an adorable child, if I say so myself. Even the other kids coo and awe over her, making silly faces to entertain her. As the night winds on, Tara starts to yawn and get fussy. It's clear that she's had enough, so Macy and Karen take her home for bed. Agrish and I both plant little kisses all over her face, though I think it's hardest for me. I've never spent a night away from her before. She doesn't fuss to leave, making it obvious that the separation is more difficult for me than her. Agrish tries to distract me by pulling me away for a dance. It doesn't take long for my mood to lighten. After all, this is our special day, and I know that Macy will take good care of Tara. The party continues late into the night, though the crowd thins with each passing hour. Eventually, Agrish and I stumble tiredly home. We're exhausted but delighted, everything having gone better than we could have ever dreamed. In that moment, I think we're both very aware and humbled by how many people here in the Burning Sun clan care for us. When we reach the front door, something is out of place. It catches my eye right away, though it takes me a minute to put it together. It's the twine decoration that Bonnie and Vera made after the ceremony. The twine twists around into 3 circles that seem to all interlock, connecting to each other, before framing the 3 circles one last time in a wreath. It's perfect, I breathe, studying it. Agrish nods his approval. 3 connected circles, inseparable from each other, just like the 3 of us.
Chapter 30. Agrish. It has been a long, busy, and exciting day. Though the mating ceremony was fantastic and everything I could have hoped for, it was still exhausting. It is a lot more draining than I had expected, visiting with all those guests and having to be a good host. Remy is a natural compared to me. She's so friendly, so bright and bubbly, but I can tell that even she is tired by the demands of today. Of course, having a child to take care of on top of everything else has a way of doing that. I've only been in Tara's life for 3 weeks, but I can see how much work it can be. Luckily, Macy is watching Tara for us tonight so that we can have a break. It hits me that I need to make the most of this opportunity for Remy. It's her one night away from the baby, a chance for us to relax, and the night of our mating ceremony. It has to be special. I take her hand, leading her slowly into the bedroom. She follows with a small smile on her face, anticipating my intent. Without a word, I bring her beside the bed. Then I slowly begin to peel off her dress, letting it fall to the floor. When she's naked, I urge her toward the bed. She lays down on her back, but I grin at her instead. Not yet. Roll over. She wrinkles her brow, looking confused, but does as I say. Rolling onto her stomach instead, I crouch beside her on the bed and begin to massage her back. In this moment, there is nothing inherently sexy about my actions. The fact that Remy is naked is, of course, a bonus, and I do quietly enjoy the view. But I'm just trying to do something nice and help her relax. We have all night for passion. For the first couple minutes, I think that she is still a bit confused. But then she starts to let go, her stiff muscles loosening. I feel out several big knots in her back, gently working them out as she moans her appreciation. The moans might be a tiny bit sensual. I shake my head, trying not to get distracted by dirty thoughts. This is about what Remy wants. This is so relaxing, she says with a contented sigh. It occurs to me that a little over a year ago, I never would have pictured such a calm start to our first night as mates. But somehow my heart feels fuller than it ever did during those hormone-driven trysts in the woods. After a few minutes, she suddenly lifts her head. Speaking of relaxing, I have an idea, she offers. What's that? I reply, mentally ordering my shaft to wait. I'm already hard just from the feel of her bare skin under my hands, but tonight we are in no hurry. There's a waterfall on base, way away from everything. Let's go skinny dipping. The enthusiasm in her voice is evident, a hint of the old and wilder Remy slipping back out from under the mask of motherhood. I'm a bit more hesitant than she seems to be, but decide to go along with it as long as she's excited. Okay, I agree, trying to match her energy. Lead the way. Giggling, we both scramble off the bed to get dressed for our late-night excursion. She leaves the fancy dress on the floor, opting for more comfortable everyday clothes. Then, hand in hand, we slip out the door like two youthful teenagers in love. But we aren't teenagers, not anymore. A thought hits me, something that we never got to do in the old days. 1 second. I hurry back into the house, grabbing a bottle of liquor and 2 mugs. When I return outside, she is waiting patiently outside the door. She raises an eyebrow when she sees what I have. Giggling, she takes a mug from me to carry in one hand and twines our free hands together. Remy wasn't kidding. It's a bit of a trek to the waterfall, but the moon is full, giving us plenty of light to see. We make the most of it, laughing and joking as we go and enjoying each other's company. Eventually, the noise makes it evident that we are getting closer. Soon it is view, a pool of crystal water large enough to hold perhaps 24 people. Plenty big enough for just us, with lots of room to play. She runs up to the edge and strips her clothes off without hesitation. I start to pour the drinks, but then stop to enjoy the view of her naked body, gleaming in the moonlight. She catches my stare, which I'm making no effort to hide, and finally clucks impatiently. It's your turn, she demands, folding her arms across her chest. Patience, patience, I tease her, and finish filling our mugs. When that is done, I finally remove my own clothes, albeit without the same urgency that she had. She slips into the water, sighing happily. It's so warm, she squeals. I move our mugs closer to the edge, balancing them carefully on the rocks that line the edge. Then I join her in the water, on the far side of the small pool from the waterfall. The waterfall sprays gently over us, creating a fine mist. But the height of the falls is small, and the water is not exceptionally turbulent, especially from the distance that we put between us and it. The noise is loud, but also somehow soothing. She lifts her glass, waiting expectantly so that we can clink our cups together. I follow her lead, and after the gentle tinkle of glass meeting glass, she proposes a simple toast. To us, she says. To us, I agree, admiring how beautiful she looks. My mate. The idea is still a bit staggering, despite, or perhaps because of, how long I've waited for this moment. I take a deep sip and then set my mug down. Arms free, I pull her into my embrace. Her back faces my front and she settles against me easily. Then she giggles. I can feel that you know. I grin against her ear. Is that a problem? I ask, my voice low and raspy, straining to be heard over the falls. She wiggles in my arms, turning around to face me. Not a problem at all, she agrees. Remy initiates the kiss, her lips claiming mine fiercely. Waiting as long as we have, it soon becomes clear that she is just as ready and eager as I am. Our tongues tangle, and I can feel the fire licking through my veins as soon as I taste her. This scene is about to get too steamy for YouTube's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprathika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Prathika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Rathika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 31. Agrish. What a day, Hodo says appreciatively. You'd hardly believe winter will be here in a few weeks. It's practically warm enough to go swimming. I chuckle, but don't disagree. Swimming weather might be a stretch, but it's a surprisingly gorgeous day for late fall. In fact, that's why the patrol team came out today to the very edges of the clan boundary line. Our primary goal is to collect wood for the winter. Everyone will need it on the base to heat their homes and stay warm. The patrol team takes care of felling and cutting the trees and delivering the logs to a more accessible holding area. That way, everyone, young or old, man or woman, has fuel for the long winter. Of course, while we're out here, we'll also be keeping an eye for any signs of trouble. The borders are regularly inspected for signs of dangerous animals or intruders. But once the weather turns, patrols out here will become a bit more difficult and less frequent. On a beautiful day like this, it's the ideal time to take care of both problems. The patrol may have to come back on a cold, snowy day if we're running low on wood or if a hazard is spotted. Still, it's much nicer to do what we can now and avoid the bad weather later. Iggy has assigned Hodo and I to check the western perimeter. We leave the orcs in the thickest part of the woods behind, where everything is a flurry of activity. Some orcs mark which trees should be cut next, while others do the cutting, and still others cut the fallen trees into logs. The logs are then loaded into wagons, where even more orcs drive them in from the woods to be unloaded. It gets quieter as we move away from the center of all the commotion. The further we go, the more peaceful everything becomes. Soon, we can't hear the axes or clamoring of orcs at all. It is, like Hodo says, a nice place to enjoy and appreciate the weather. We make up for the silence, joking and laughing as we go. It's clear that the nice weather has us both in good spirits and the excursion is lighthearted and jovial. "Come on, Grandma," he teases. "Let's get a move on. You know we're supposed to be observing, right? Making sure everything seems normal, on the level?" He shrugs. "Look, I appreciate that you want to take your time, but let's stop frolicking in the fields picking daisies and go." I laugh, rolling my eyes. "Go then, big shot! Why are you waiting for me?" He gestures, indicating that he will go north while I go south. We'll cover the land twice as fast this way, then still be able to go help cut wood. It just goes to show how the task seems like a matter of routine. If either of us had expected any danger, we would stick together. But wandering alone in the woods seems harmless in that moment because who would ever be messing with the Burning Sun clan's land anyway? He starts to move away, heading in the direction we agreed. "Hey, pick me some flowers, Grandma," he yells over his shoulder, his parting words. I roll my eyes again, not taking his bait. I still think that he is rushing, but I'm not going to argue. We won't find anything strange anyway, no matter how fast he goes or how slow. I go. It seems inconsequential. Much to my surprise, not more than 10 minutes after Hodo and I split up, I am proven wrong. I am taking my time, as I always do, when I spy a daisy by my foot. The trees here are a bit thinner, the overhead canopy sparse. This lets light in so that the grass and flowers here grow thicker compared to other, more wooded areas. I chuckle to myself, plucking it without hesitation. I picture the look on Hodo's face when I return with the daisy after all. Still bent over. I pause. There is a strange noise coming from somewhere up ahead. I wait for a moment, listening as my brain tries to turn it over. Whatever it is unfamiliar. It is not a bird call or wind or anything natural. Nothing that belongs here. I can't quite place it, but I can tell that it should not be here. I push ahead, not thinking twice about going to check it out. I must, of course, it is my job. It is just me, no one else in sight. Not even Hodo anymore. The closer that I get, the louder and clearer the noise becomes. After a while, it occurs to me that it must be another orc that I'm hearing. The sound is grunting and even more telling orcish curse words. Who is it and what are they doing on our land? I wonder. I hasten my step, wanting to find out. The Burning Sun clan is known for their strength and security, and there are few, if any, orcs around who would want to mess with us. For this reason, I can't help but wonder if something is wrong. Is someone hurt and unable to move? Are they lost? The cursing seems to indicate distress, though it doesn't sound like the orc is in pain. I crest a hill, knowing that I must be close to the source of the sound by now. Just before the top, something comes flying past me out of nowhere. It's quite large and heavy, whatever it is. I see it in time to duck, but barely. I stand there, shocked for a moment. A few more steps later, I reach the top of the hill and can see clear down into the slight dip below. An orc stands there, panting and heaving. From the top of the hill, he seems large, but his chest strains, rising and falling as though he's been working out. I can't figure out why at first, but I'm also puzzled by the mysterious big crater of loose soil in front of him. The hole is large, like he just tore something out of the earth. It hits me, or just went whizzing by me. An entire tree, that's what. This orc ripped a tree straight out of the ground and threw it through the air, leaving behind a big gaping hole, where the roots and all came out. Who does that? And why? Hey there, big guy! I holler down, trying to keep my tone light but firm. I want there to be no doubt that he is on our land and answers to me right now. However, I'm not necessarily looking to start a fight until I understand just what is happening here. Something strange is going on. He doesn't seem particularly dangerous, just odd, and I want answers more than I want an excuse to hit him. The best way to do that is to watch my tone, keep myself regulated, and not push too hard. Even if I'm a little bit pissed, this orc almost just hit me with a damn tree. The call at least succeeds at getting his attention. He lifts his gaze from the hole to look up at me. His face is full of both anger and anguish, but it's clear that it isn't directed toward me. He's not angry that I'm here stopping him. He's angry for the same reason he threw the tree, whatever that is, something he did before he even knew I was here. I'm more confused than ever, trying to understand just what the hell is going on with this orc. He's still panting, trying to catch his breath from the exertion. Nothing in his body language conveys that he is a threat to me. Despite the anger on his face, he is not posturing or bristling at my presence. I don't think he cares that I'm here at all. Of course, I care that he is here, and I want some answers. What are you doing here, pal? I call loudly down the hill. Might as well start with the obvious question. You wouldn't understand anyway, he shouts back irritably. Piss off. My eyebrows shoot practically to the top of my head. It's a bold statement for someone who is trespassing on our land already. This orc certainly thinks a lot of himself, and I barely resist the urge to trample his head. Just a little bit anyway. Annoying as I find him, however, a part of me can't help but think that he already has bigger problems than anything I can create. The despondent look on his face before he knew I was watching makes that clear. It seems pointless to charge down the hill and attack a troubled orc just for a belligerent mouth. And before I can think about it any further, he's already shrugging his shoulders and wandering off. He lumbers away in the other direction, maybe trying to get away from me. Maybe just going back to wherever he came. I watch him leave, but make no move to go after him. He's off Burning Sunland now, and not my problem. Still, I watch until he drops out of sight to make sure. When he's gone, I proceed on my way, continuing to check the remaining border. But I don't see anything else that can ever compete with that scene. My mind wanders back to the orc, over and over. Who was he anyway? And what was his problem?